And welcome back to SpeedGaming Live 2019. We have the Zelda 1 Randomizer finals between fcoughlin and JamEviler. I'm Crimson Avix, joined by Adirondack Rick and Cantaloupe Me. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Doing fantastic. Got a fun finals coming up here. Jam had a victory over Krim here on my left-hand side to make his way into the finals. And for Fred, he ended up having a 2-0 series win over Jay Coper. So these two runners, well, we know what they can do. They actually ran against each other somewhere in Minnesota a few months ago.
Yeah, both very accomplished runners, both in the vanilla and the randomizer. So I expect an excellent match tonight between the two of them. So for those who don't know, we do have flags a little bit different from what they ran at SGDQ. A little more combat, a little more exploration needed, but nonetheless, I think we'll still have a great match. So as soon as we get our countdown, they will be underway.
Absolutely. This is going to be a lot of fun here, and we're looking forward to bring this here. Winner takes the lion's share of a prize pool that is over $1,400. Thank you.
As well as these trophies.
You're welcome. Glad I can contribute.
Here we go. This is going to be a best of three. These runners are about ready to go. They are getting the countdown, and we are underway.
And wow, what a start screen. We are up in Death Mountain, and you can tell just by Cantaloupe Me's reaction that, yes, this is one of the more difficult areas to start just because you are sort of bottlenecked into a certain area you have to go. You can't really do much exploration up here because you need bombs.
Well, one thing they could do is they could win left one screen and do a do a screen scroll, and that would have took them back. No way it takes them to start in this,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Oh, it does. I'm sorry, I'm vanilla.
So something we see there, gratitude is a sign of noble souls. That is actually a door repair message. All of our messages are going to be a little different here.
Ooh, 39 rupees on the bombs.
Well, I mean, at least the arrows are a little cheaper, so we are good there. But what our runners are doing right now is they're doing their overworld exploration, but they're going to concentrate heavily on our open caves because they need some sort of weaponry, and that will come in the by means of the sword or maybe an item under the Armos like Jam is checking right now.
Yep, he's trying to get in there. It's just barely, and we have ourselves the silver arrows being the white sword item. Need 4 to 6 hearts to pick up.
Yeah, and Fred's going to find out that information too. Our Take Any Roads actually brings him one south of this Armor screen, so that is actually really good knowledge to have that you can easily get up here. And we'll continue our overworld exploration. Now, there's a bunch of different directions they can go. They can sort of work around here with the start and over in the Deadwoods or head over towards the forest. The other things that we are going to be looking for is some of our other required items. We could potentially need a recorder or raft to get into certain levels. A bow is definitely required for the end of the seed. And I would say probably about 95 to 98% of the time, a ladder would be required too.
Yes, and another thing we've seen is some Pole's voice in the overworld, and Gibdo's as well, which means they will not be in the dungeons.
Yeah.
Well, it's nice to the fact that they're going to be in the dungeons, they're being in the overworld, and at this stage in the run, deaths are punishing.
Yeah, so Fred, in our, what I call a gift shop, but our Take Any One You Want case, we do have the option to pick up a candle, and that is what Fred is going to do, and that allows him to explore a lot more as he's going through the forest here. So he will be able to make additional checks, maybe get up his rupee count to purchase arrows just in case he finds the bow or something like that.
Or find some extra levels.
Absolutely.
He'd love to find a level with a white sword in it. Oh, whiz robes.
And the other thing Fred is going to do, we've already checked 2 of our Armos statues, and we haven't seen the free item under there. So there are 3 more Armos over here, the one here in the Lost Hills, as well as 2 in the forest. And wow, that is a great prize, a red ring sitting there under the Armos.
It's 1/4 damage now, so they'll be able to take some hits.
While the deaths are still punishing, it will now make it a little harder to take a death at this point.
That's a rude Wizrobe.
Yeah, seeing Wizrobes in the overworld can also be a good thing. if they land on screens that aren't really punishing to have them on. But if they're on a screen like, let's say, the white sword screen, or just south of 2 or 6, that can be rather complicated to deal with as well. However, it does look, by means of them coming to the overworld, that our Tektites are going to be jumping around in the underworld.
That's always fun enemy to have in the underworld.
And there we do have Jam picking up his candle as well. So following kind of in the footsteps of Fred, may elect to do a little bit different route divergence, but I would assume something similar, and we may see him get his red ring before too long.
Fred doing a little HUD clip up there. He's hanging around.
Trying to get to the other side. There he goes.
Yeah, that's actually a really tricky HUD clip, because first of all, you lose the pixel that you would normally sit on. But secondly, on that specific screen, if you do not HUD clip on the very bottom, you will actually soft lock yourself. So very important to know where you are doing your clip there.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that was a rather dangerous screen there for Jam, because if he got bought by that blue whiz rope, he would have just found himself one screen short of this defensive upgrade and would have had spent a lot more time trying to get back there. Ooh, mid-secret is the minimum 25.
Yeah, so we've already seen our small and our medium secrets, and neither of them have been too promising. 5 and 25 when our normal is 10 and 30. So at least that money is a little lesser than what we would hope to see. But also, we do still have the large secret. The benefit is we don't have to worry about a blue ring purchase if the combat is really bad underneath. But here we have level 3 for Fred. So Cantaloupe, when you're going through this and you don't have your sword yet, what's your procedure in going through a level? Do you do a lot of exploration, or do you sort of plan on jumping out as quick as possible?
Well, if it's one of the smaller dungeons, like level 1, level 2, level 3, I would probably go into a couple rooms just to see if I can, find a quick staircase, or if it's level 1, it could be an item just laying on the floor. But check a look at the enemy set, and if it's something a little crazy, I'm probably going to bail out, take a note where it is, and come back later.
And we noticed that the red Lionels have gone down 2 HP, which is definitely a big help. It's going to allow him to clear out this room, maybe get himself a key, maybe find a Triforce, or find a staircase.
And of course, we do see not an item here, so that means that our level 3 is segmented. That's one big thing, is we are playing with shapes. So the normal layout of the dungeons is not going to help your knowledge here. You really value the map a lot more in these flags, just because of knowing where to go, where to bomb, and everything else. Otherwise, it can be a rather frustrating experience trying to make your way through.
As for the first one of these runners to pick up bombs.
And speaking of shapes, an item that will be helpful is the book. It is an atlas that will show us what every dungeon will look like. So it's definitely going to be advantageous to pick that up.
6 over at Monocle Rock for Jam.
Yeah, so a really good find here for Jam, although I don't expect much exploration, and right there we do have our meat block. Now, we don't know if that wall behind there is actually bombable or not. If it's not, then the meat is actually not required at all to seed. So that may be something we're a little intrigued by, but we'll find out more later when they come back and explore that dungeon a little fuller.
Well, Jam leaves level 6 and gets nicely greeted by the Hyrulean Welcoming Committee.
Yeah, those orange wizards are always great to come out of a dungeon too, just because they like to just welcome you with their beams of excitement.
They look like Wi-Fi symbols.
Yes, they do. Zelda knew way before.
So now Jam finds level 3 over here. Southeast of 2, we saw this earlier from Fred. And, well, blue ring was 250 rupees. As you mentioned before, we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, Fred trying to kill that moblin, that was the moblin there. Just trying to get his bomb drop as well. Now, he is not at 1 on the global counter, as we find 9 here at vanilla level 8. So not sure if he would have gotten the bomb off that drop or not, but definitely worth trying for it if you have the enemies there.
Solid kill there for Jam right there, killing all 3 of the red vinyls right on the same screen. Got them all lined up perfectly to get on that staircase. He's done exploring this level as well.
Yeah, Fred finding more bombs there on the coast, as well as a heart container there sitting at the ladder. So that is in its vanilla location. The runners may elect to grab it if they're in that area at all, but that's not something you're going to be spending a lot of time to come back for. So the heart just may sit there forever.
We're still looking for that first sword, but there's still some areas, in the Lost Woods they have not been to yet, so there's a good possibility we might see it there.
Yeah, as Fred heads in over towards the Lost Hills, and that spot there that you were mentioning earlier, Krim, about the White Sword Cave could come into play here as Fred does the screen scroll. He had it, but then canceled out of it.
Yeah, when you get lagged out like that with a lot of projectiles, it's so easy to miss a screen scroll like this. There you go.
Now, the reason that is one of our more important screen scrolls is it actually saves 4 screens of transition walking up the mountain. So very important to for our runners to be able to execute that, especially in the Lost Woods when we will use the same thing, or the Dead Woods. So we do see the waterfall does only have a door repair, not our White Sword, so we will do our wood sword. So we will do the White Sword check here, and if not, it looks like down around Vanilla Start or over in the Lost Woods is where our sword is, and Cave 4 up at the White Sword Cave.
Yes, he's probably going to dig in and check a couple rooms. Another thing that happened too, the big secret we saw is 106, and that's very, at least it's more than 100, but it's not great, but it does help out considering the other secrets are not too good.
Yeah, it's a nice little sigh of relief when you end up finding out that the big secret is at least at its vanilla value or higher.
Yeah, it can be 52? Or
50 all the way up to 150.
Yep, 1. Yep.
And here we do see our mugger room, and he is asking for either 1 heart or the maximum amount of keys he'll ask for 5. So without, any key, I don't see our runners really spending the keys because they become an important commodity, and 5 keys is definitely a lot to be giving up to him.
Indeed.
And also the hearts are an important commodity right now, knowing what the white sword item is as the silver arrows.
Absolutely. So Fred is going to elect to not explore any more in level 4 there. Is looking to head up to the level 9 area with Spectacle Rock, going to check the open cave up here before continuing his exploration.
Yeah, this is unfortunate, the fact that he doesn't have any bombs, because of the fact that you would love to be able to check Spectacle Rock as Fred pops in here. No sword there, as Jam has found level 8.
Yeah, level 8 over in the forest as well. So we have a good concentration of levels over here in the forest. So naturally our sword will not be there. And he's going to do the standard. He's going to explore a few rooms until really hits blocks that he can't get past, and then we'll head elsewhere.
Jam apparently didn't like to be told a story, or didn't like to be asked to tell a story.
Yep, so he decided to beat up the old man a little bit.
So Fred is now going to check this potion shop north of Vanilla level 3, and we only have expensive items all around. 83 for a key. That may be important. It's always good to remember, especially when you don't have anything else to really spend money on. Buying a key might not be a bad decision in a little bit.
Oh, but he's still going to be able to pick up those bombs. I knew what JamEviler was trying to do. He wants to get those bombs. Luckily, those pancakes are able to come around and you're able to scoop it up, even though you are in a like.
Yep, there's a couple ways. I could use the candle to damage boost into it, and then the iframes would have kept him from getting 8. But, either way it works.
Yeah, I think because of the double shutter door that was in that room, there was really no desire for him to even play it out. This was going to be an intentional up and A all the way.
Oh, yes.
So Jam is actually heading back towards the Vanilla Start area as well, so we will see both of our runners in the same area. Fred is going to check some of these burn bushes, and Jam is going to make or maybe he's just resetting the screen and then he's going to burn, yes.
Yeah, he had to reset the screen because he had accidentally used his candle on the right-hand side of the screen. So found our second of the 3 large secrets.
And Fred is going to opt to buy some of those very, very, very expensive bombs. Inflation is prevalent here in this version of Hyrule. but bombs are important, and he knows that, you know, buying them right now probably isn't a bad idea with already not seeing any other purchases he needs to make. Really, I would say the only one that, at least in Jam's knowledge right now, would be the arrows that could possibly still be needed.
By the way, the door repair charge is 22 rupees.
That is pricey. Could be worse.
And there, Jam actually finds her third large secret, and I did just mention arrows, but not even those are going to be required because all we really need is, you know, 1 or 2 more hearts respectively for each of our runners, and we have guaranteed arrows as well.
And that's also a good thing to remember, and I don't want to see, I don't think we're going to see any of the runners. Well, never mind. Jam is going to prove me wrong as I'm saying it. We find the magical sword at level 3.
That is a sword, but the wrong one. We do not have enough hearts. That will take anywhere between 10 and 14 hearts. A lot of runner bias will always say 13 or 14, but it is between 10 and 14.
I almost want to say we're down to 2 possible spots where this wood sword could be. Southwest corner or at the, well, I actually know 3 spots if you include the grave. I was going to say level 6 being the other.
Yeah.
6 was checked, actually.
Good point. There it is, southwest corner.
Wow, start at the northwest corner and swords at the southwest corner.
This game knows this is the championship.
Yes, it has to. The game, as LOZ Cards fans would say, the game knows.
I think the game's scenting it at this point.
After what we've seen so far today, yes.
Absolutely.
So now that Fred has a weapon for combat, we will see him doing a lot more killing of some of these blue enemies that are typically on the overworld, or red enemies that are typically of the, or scratch that.
Nice find.
But yeah, Cave 1 here is excellent find. We have 2 items, 1 on the ground, 1 in a staircase, and level 1 is actually relatively short. So we should see both of our runners as they get through here. Whenever Jam makes his way down, we should see both runners looking to clear this out fully.
Now, one thing to point out with regards to this level 1, you see that ladder block right there, or potential of a ladder block, but you got to also remember the algorithm behind shapes is that the rooms, there's the ending key. But to finish the thought, the algorithm regarding the shapes is that it always has to touch the very bottom row of the level, the 8x8 grid.
That any keys won't come. Oh, here we have a map. Name that ink blot.
Yeah.
I had a particular thought for this, but it's probably not necessarily the best thought for any time of day here on Speed Gaming.
Anyway.
Yeah, so Fred did find his floor item, so he is going to continue to clear out rooms just to potentially find the Triforce or the compass, or you know, maybe a bomb pack even, but really looking for this staircase item.
And just because we find a staircase doesn't mean it's going to be here, because there's still the potential that this is going to take us to that very top right corner, and that is the staircase that takes us there.
Well, thank you for that, Rick. I'm sure Fred will thank you later for making that the staircase. And there we see the Triforce, so he's just going to ignore that. Now he knows for sure he does not need to take that transport staircase.
It's always rude when that turns out to be the one square on a transport staircase.
Oh yes, that, or you got 2 or 3 of them that's one square, and you know I saw I think it was like triple segmented one, and it had 3 one squares. I was like, come on.
Oh, Patrick guards an item. Now thankfully we have the red ring. What are we gonna find inside?
Banana.
It is the raft. Raft is a very interesting item all the time that you find it in Randomizer, depending on what flags you play. Now, there are 2 potential raft spots, and outside of that, the raft is completely useless. So it's a much better find early on when you can include those raft spots in your route, but it's really an item that you're not really ever excited to see because you'd rather nothing be on raft spots.
Jam's about to find out the bad news about the one-way passage, but he does not have the map yet, so he doesn't know this.
Yeah, he doesn't know this is a one-way, and for all he knows that the Triforce could be in that. Well, there's the compass to the Triforce. There we go.
So I guess, I mean, there was a little bit of value over there. But Jam is going to continue on. It looks like he's going to grab the Triforce first and then come back in. Already has the any key, but is still looking for that staircase item that we know to be the raft. Not a huge level 1, so it shouldn't take him much longer.
Now, one thing to point out here is for those people who have been used to watching the current 2019 tournament that we've got going on, where the dungeons are in their vanilla locations, the raft is not guaranteed to be required here in this flag set.
Not at all. There's only 2 locations that it blocks anyway, and so it's a small chance, but you never know. It could be in that one-off spot, as we have seen many times.
And so far we still, well, I was going to say we have 3 dungeons still to find, but now it's just 2, as Fred finds level 2.
Yeah, quick Triforce here in level 2 as JamEviler does grab his first Triforce out of level 1. Level 2 is another one of those that you really enjoy seeing because it is a much shorter level. You have your item right on the ground, so there is possibility of a little more combat needed in level 2, but nothing too concerning. But something that is concerning is these fires did not go down in a bomb hit.
No. That means they got more than 4 HP, and the magic sword will not kill them in one hit, so no free bomb drops from them. Jam should be making his way over to his sword soon. It looks like he's heading that way.
Yeah, I think I think at this point he has the knowledge that it pretty much has to be here.
Yeah, I think this is Jam's last open cave, so we'll see that. And Fred getting trapped in with this Patra. Now, normally with this, since we're playing second quest rooms, this would potentially be a staircase. However, because that shutter door closed on us, we know that this won't be a shutter, so Fred is hoping for the item here.
Yeah, he's hoping for this thing to spawn up in the top right corner in level 2. Gets absolutely nothing.
No, that was a strikeout, unfortunately. But, you know, he's still got a few options left in 2, I believe, before he... well, Triforce. Well, he already knows where the Triforce is, though.
And Jam's back in level 1 because he has yet to pull out the raft in here.
And with that, it looks like we do have a ladder block in our level 2. So I expect Fred to go back for the Triforce and then come back to 2 at a later time. Looks like he may try a bomb here first, though.
Got a bomb off a Darknet at least before he was able to make his way to do the up and A. Now, I do want to point out, that was an interesting mini-map we saw from Fred. There was the letter F.
He may not have to come back to 2 because, you know, there's only 1 item in there, so that could be a possibility, but we won't know until later. I mean, we're still need a bow, possibly. There's a lot of things we need. Ladder.
Jam about to pick up the raft, gets us here in this level 1, and that will complete his level 1.
Got the hot dogs.
Although I'm not certain what he's planning on doing at this point in time, since he's already pulled out the any key as his first item. Because one thing to remind people, in this flag set that we're using for the SG Live, Heart Shuffle is not on.
He could be looking for a heart so he can pick up the silver arrows later as well.
Very good point, yes.
Because it's 4 to 6. I mean, it could be 4, he could have it now, but, you know, it's only a 33.3% chance repeating that he's got enough.
So Fred is continuing this exploration, bombing what we like to call the forgotten spot, because this tends to be one of the final spots checked, just because it's really difficult to route in to a lot of different directions you go. So does opt to check it and does get a free heart, so he is guaranteed to get the silvers, and that is immediately where he is going.
Well, if the Zola allows him to do it.
Also, something interesting I don't really think that we mentioned yet. We see that Fred is playing as a Gibdo, but what is Jam?
He is Tingle.
It's one thing that we actually have quite a bit of in our Z1R community is a bunch of custom sprites that a lot of people have spent time making, and Tingle is one of them, created by Jam. So he does really enjoy playing as Tingle, and he is going to check these silver arrows at 4 hearts.
And it is obtainable at 4 hearts, the very minimum that it can be. As we pointed out when he found it earlier, it can be grabbed at 4, 5, or 6 hearts.
So the raft spot there before was no good, and now it's time for some Candle Row action. Candle Row because there's a lot of spots in these screens you can burn with candles. They're in a row.
We're very meticulous with our naming convention. So Jam is going to continue finishing his exploration up here on Death Mountain. I guess that's the one good thing about starting up in Death Mountain is when you up A and save, you're really in the one place that, you know, takes a while to get to for exploration, just because you always want to try to wait until you have a full complement of bombs to get up there.
Interesting decision from Jan to pick up the bait out of that shop right there. It was cheap, and he's able to afford it because of the fact that we already have the red ring, so you don't have to worry about purchasing the blue ring. We did see the bait block in level 6, or what we presume to be, because it was rope, a rope that was the person that was in that room.
And he was talking about food.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And if for some reason that is a play, that's a very meta thinking right there from Jam, and that could come into FactWare, but, you know, we'll see.
And we do find level 5 here, northeast of vanilla level 1. This is important because now we are down to just level 7 needed to find. And if you happen to watch the Jay Coper and Fred matches, that was a very common theme in their matches as well.
So yeah, we need to explore. And the level 8's got 2 items in it, so it's a good possibility. One could be a ladder, one could be a boomerang that's worthless, and one could be, you know, a bow. There's so many things we could find in here.
Yeah, outside of level 1, haven't found any of our dungeon items, so there is still a lot in play. A lot of decent items and a lot of not so decent items, but we do find our floor heart here in level 8, so it's a little bit more health. Not that our runners really need it, that they have the red ring, but, you know, extra hearts are never a bad thing.
And one item that we will find somewhere is the white sword as well in a dungeon, because, you know, with the silver arrows we're in that spot, so we knew white sword would be a good find. Master sword is probably, hey, bait strats. Master sword, magic sword is probably not going to be a thing because of hearts required, but white sword would be a welcome pickup.
Yeah, very nice bait strats there. Doesn't work on every enemy, but there are quite a few enemies who are attracted to the bait, and they will just sort of gather around it and just let you beat up on them. So, you know, if you're not going to need it for the bait block, at least using it for that is more than welcome.
That is our 3rd Panther we've seen in this seed already. Somebody's going to have to call an exterminator.
I'm sorry I retired from that profession. I cannot help.
Fred does grab the Triforce out of level 5 here, so that puts him at 3 Triforces. However, does opt to go back in because he is still looking for the item. And at this point, knowing that you're ladder blocked out of level 2 and everything, it's a 50-50 shot. Do you want to continue exploring one of the bigger dungeons that you don't have the map for yet, or do you want to return to a dungeon like level 3 or level 4?
Yeah, I would probably go to the closest one that's not level 6 or 7. Because those are just too big to dig.
Here we do have a potential item, I think, on Jam's side. He is taking the spiral, so we'll see if there's anything, or if it's just a little underground passage to another part of the dungeon, which it is.
See the map here to level 5, so let's go ahead and figure out where the staircase can be in this level 5.
Yeah, you see Fred pausing here to sort of gauge where he is in correspondence to the map, see what rooms he hasn't checked yet, so he can sort of make a play towards there. And it looks like the upper part of level 5 here is where he needs to check. Possibly this room.
I want to say we saw him in there earlier, and that turned out to be the transport staircase. Looks like Fred is trying to get himself over to that room to the left.
Yep. Good old shutter door action here. It's an old man room, I believe. Yep. You're the man now, dog.
Not necessarily what Fred wanted to see at this point.
No.
So many potential staircase rooms that have a shutter door, which eliminates their possibility of being staircase rooms.
Indeed.
Actually, quite interesting what Fred just did there. He did have the option to go through the key door to get up to this room. But he didn't have the ladder, so actually possibly already saw this room and knew that he wouldn't have been able to make the clip, so had to take the staircase.
Here's the potential of the room right now with these keys in here, double block rooms. So this is with second quest rooms on. It does move. It is our item. What is it?
The ladder.
Very, very good find here for Fred, knowing that he is potentially ladder blocked out of level 2 for that item. Very nice to have it early so you can sort of make that return to 2 if you find it. Jam getting his Triforce out of level 8. Not seeing any items or the map, so we don't really know what he has and hasn't explored as far as level 8 goes.
I figured Jam is just going to make the gamble right now and hope, something is somewhere else just because, he's 30 minutes in, only got a couple Triforces, and, there's a lot of areas left.
And there's a lot of small dungeons still to dig. I mean, he hasn't seen level 2 just yet, and he's back in level 3 as well.
And Fred's now making the play into 8.
Really early compass here in 3, so Jam does know where the Triforce is, which actually a lot of times you find the Triforce or the compass, you'll be looking for your way to the Triforce, but it also kind of tells you, okay, I don't need to head in that direction quite yet if I see another path, because potentially that could be where your item is. So it gives you sort of an idea of what you're dealing with in terms of the shape. Ooh. And not a lot of luck for Jam finding his direction in. Wow, look at that map for 8.
Now this is remarkable, the fact that Fred was able to get that map relatively early. This was just a room that apparently Jam was unable to clear. Maybe he wasn't able to get to it because of the fact that he didn't have the ladder.
Yeah, that map either looks like a Space Invader or a pagoda.
I think he's a badly squished bowling ball.
I like that better, yes.
Now Jam finding the slash from there. I didn't see if he got a floor item out of there or not. If not, that could be a potential staircase, but goes over it and gets a heart first here in level 3. And Fred is finding that staircase that will lead to another part of the level. Now we see that level 8 is not segmented, so this will remove the other side of the transport staircase. So Fred will now know exactly when he comes across the staircase that it will be an item.
Yeah, and that's something that Jam did not pick up the information for because of the fact that he wound up being without getting the map and, of course, without the ladder either. So that was unfortunate that Jam was unable to get that information.
Rupee Boss is blocking the Triforce here in level 3.
Such an evil boss here of level 3.
Yeah, I'm glad he survived that fight.
It's always scary. One other thing to notice is when Jam paused there, we did see that one-off room. So we did have a segmented level 3, and it looked like that didn't lead too much. So going to be a really interesting map there for level 3 as well.
Yep, and Jam is out of bombs, so he's going to have to take some time to kill some bomb-dropping enemies. Thankfully, there are a lot of them in the overworld.
And Fred's under the same fate right now with the fact that he's out of bombs, which is limiting his options here in this level 8.
Yes, that is true too.
And Jam is returning to level 6 here. So level 6 is one that a lot of runners hate exploring just because there is so many rooms. Typically, on average, you will see between 32 and 38 rooms for level 6. Sometimes they can even get up into the mid-40s. So there is a lot of exploration, and really you're doing it for only one item. So just a complete time sink if you, especially if you don't have the map or something like that. So we'll see how much time Jam spends in here before he finds what he's looking for.
Another Patra. Because why not?
That's not what he was looking for.
Oh, we have a Tringle.
Yeah, early Triforce. Jam is going to continue exploring. Comes across a staircase.
But of course, it's a transport staircase. Welcome to level 6, friends.
Yeah, one of them will automatically be in here. More if we do have a segmented level 6, which is very possible with the shapes algorithm. And there we see what Tektites are known for, just jumping around, even jumping out of the room entirely, maybe hanging out on the walls or something. I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, they'll go up into the HUD sometimes and just, you know, say, hi, you can't hit me.
That old man's got a lot of sass.
Yes, he does. Lots of push block rooms, potentials in 6, but a lot of shutter doors to go with them.
Yeah, luckily for Jam, he does have the any key here, so all these door blocks are not a concern. It's and this is one of the big things. I'm just watching Jam right now. I'm not even playing, and I'm becoming disoriented on where he has and hasn't checked, where he's been in level 6, and that's what these bigger levels can do to you, especially if you don't have the map. Is you're kind of just guessing where you need to go, and you may forget some of the doors you haven't checked yet. So very important to sort of keep a clear head as you're going through these.
Now we have an item here in 8.
Oh!
Bow. So another big find for Fred here. Bow. Not only is it required to beat the sea, but this is big for Fred because now this gives him the capability to just fire silver arrows at any enemy except Dark Nuts in the underworld. So his exploration in the underworld, especially with 227 rupees, can be super fast.
And here's the thing. Once Fred finds level 7, he would be in Triforce and Go mode.
Yes, we just bit 7. You know, there's still a possible recorder block or power bracelet block, so that could really change things up if that's the case.
Yes, I would imagine until he finds that location for level 7, if he's in level 3, if he returns to level 2, he will be searching for those the recorder and the power bracelet just to have that peace of mind that he will have that covered.
Of course, for all we know, we could maybe find it here. In level 8, we've seen one item so far. Fred finds the room that has the Triforce, and he's going to do a little more exploration of this level 8.
Yeah, he's already covered most of it. I don't blame him at all on this. Well, he's going to go ahead and collect it.
There it is.
So we have a 4-3 Tringle lead.
And right now, Jam is trying to navigate his way through level 6 here.
Oh, wait.
So the big question is where is level 7? We've still got a lot of places where we have yet to check for both of these runners, so we don't know of the favor in regard to where level 7 can be. Once again, the recorder thing could come into play. Like, we could always find a dig dagger that's blocking a room somewhere, and who knows?
Anything that can happen. I mean, you know, there's a lot of possibilities, as you said.
And also don't forget that this is not bad for Jam. He went through level 8, found nothing in here, but he's got to come back. He's got to get the Triforce still.
No, he's got the Triforce for 8.
That's right. He did pick up the... Oh, so... Ooh, okay. One boomerang
man.
in level 6.
Jam is going to pick it up. He actually does like utilizing the boomerang, especially with Lionels in the underworld. Being able to stun them to take them out quicker without having to worry about them attacking you. as well as
Attacking a rope.
yeah, as well as like Dig Dogger babies and things like that. So it's not a bad pickup for him, especially because he does like the utilization of it. But with everything that he still needs, not one of the items that he really wants.
Yeah, he really wants that ladder, but he's going to have to. He's not going to find it in here, but he is going to find something useful in here. No, wait, he isn't. It's level 8.
Yeah, it's level he needs to be in. He's just trying to make his way back over the Triforce, which he saw is in this room right here.
Yep.
Gonna go ahead and grab that, and that will be his 4th Triforce of the game.
Yep. 4-4.
It's 4-4. However, Fred does have the item advantage. He's got a required bow, and also the ladder.
Yeah, and for the second time, right as Jam finds his Triforce and gets out of a level, Fred stumbles upon that level. So Fred is going to be navigating his way through level 6 now, and it looks like Jam is heading directly towards a specific spot. So we'll see what that is. Gets a bomb drop, which is huge for him.
This may very well just come down to the fact that, one, he needs bombs, and he wants to check this wall as well.
Money-making game. They don't need money, so they don't need to play it.
Actually, I think that was a community hint shop right there.
Yes.
And since
Just as pointless.
yeah, since we're playing with community hints right now, that is going to be a shop that nobody's ever going to visit. As Fred finds the Triforce, he's going to pull it out here. And there is 7.
Okay.
So now the question is there any Dig Daggers blocking any Triforces at this point? Because that would be the big thing that would force Fred out of Triforce and Go mode, because he's about to discover level 7 in just a moment right here on this screen.
Yeah, Jam currently in a staircase room. Hardly ever when you see a staircase this early in any level will it actually be the item. But he does take it to see where it leads, and of course it's, you know, a good distance away. Or not a good distance away, it's like 2 rooms south.
Yeah, not good at all now. Here's another push block room, because they're second quest rooms, so maybe... Nah.
The Goma-esque room does not provide.
But we have some Dodongos here, and Jam can refill his bombs up here.
Yeah, unfortunately, he takes a bop just as the item was going to resolve. And there's a Goma.
Now, if that Goma is potentially guarding the Triforce, that is going to be huge for Fred, because Jam will have to come back here.
That's huge for Jam.
And that's a 6-bomb upgrade.
Yeah, for 90 rupees.
That's a heck of a deal.
Fred possibly going to stumble across that as well. And we see the level 7 map here, and we see a white sword as our item.
That's a beautiful item right there. No guarantee Fred's going to come across it, because I have a feeling that if Fred finds the Triforce before he gets to that staircase, he's bailing.
Yeah, he has everything he needs to really get through this. Able to take out any enemy, but he is heading right here, so he is going to come across this bomb upgrade, so he'll at least get to the 14 bombs.
Level 7 looks like it's a level E with the top just shifted one just one over. The whoever is assembling the blocks here, they just missed a little.
Yeah. But it's still, it could be a lot worse with a level 7. It's, you know, I like that map. Everything's connected really nice.
Yeah, it's a very beautiful level 7.
Looks like,
you get some creepy looking shapes sometimes, and they make you go, what?
Yeah, I always try to think of something creative with them, and sometimes you just can't because they're just too perfect.
Yeah, so we have yet another Patra here. This seed just loving our runners right now, so Jam is going to take out the Patra, see if the Triforce is here.
It is the heart container drop, though.
But yeah, nothing wrong with more health.
And there's that Dig Dogger.
Ooh.
So we will do a little more exploration here with Jam and Fred, looking for this Triforce piece, or maybe even the compass to tell us where the Triforce is.
Would be very handy, and then they can just get out 7 and you know, revisit some dungeons, because, you know, we still don't know the item in 2, we don't know 3, we don't know 4, 6, or 8.
Well, we did know that the one boomerang is in 6.
Oh, that's right. Well, yeah, it's not important though. The boomerang, but yes, we do need some more information.
Says the guy wearing a banana shirt.
Yes. Shouts to Greenleaf.
Jam with a nice double clip there to get north. Could have actually just pushed the block to the right, but why do that when you can do this flag?
So if we find a compass and it turns out to be, oh, it is the Dig Dogger.
Oh
we need
my
the recorder.
goodness!
We need the recorder.
Wow.
So all of a sudden, Fred is out of Schrodinger's Go mode, and he is going to need the recorder as well. So potentially for Fred, checks in level 3 and 4 first, since he does still need the Triforce there. Jam is going to continue on his exploration as well.
That just made this seed very interesting right
Oh
there.
my, and level 7 actually having both bomb upgrades. Fred does not have enough to get up to 20 bombs at this point, though.
And we know he's going to have to come back here at some point in time. Does he decide to pick up the bomb upgrade when he comes back through here? You can never have enough bombs when you're playing shapes.
No, absolutely. And there's the Triforce, and there's the, the eye roll from Fred.
Yep, and you can see the image of him on the bottom left there. He's frantically running at this point. And you got to remember, he skipped out of a few items at this point. He skipped out of the second item of level 8. He didn't see the item in level 6. He's already got the Triforce out of level 2. Never saw what the item is, as Jam is back in level 4.
Yeah, about the worst part about that too is that the Dig Dogger is not actually blocking the item. He's blocking the Triforce, so you can't even whistle back to level 7 there to get the. So we do have Fred back in level 3 right now. Is going to grab the compass for a very quick location, but is going to continue through looking for this item.
Yep, he knows he's no longer in Triforce and Go mode.
No, he definitely needs to dig a bit. And Jam did find the Triforce for 4, but oh no.
That's an evil-looking level, and Jam has no access to that map. Sorry, the boomerang can't grab that.
No, and that 3 looks like a question mark in a way. There's a lot of muggers.
Yeah. How many muggers can be in a seed?
I believe it is anywhere between 1 and 3 usually that will show up. So that is our third.
Yeah, we've seen all 3. And here's our item in level 3. I think we've already seen the transport staircase.
Yes, we have. And
And now Fred is truly in Triforce and Go mode.
yeah, so at this point, I mean, book wouldn't be bad because it would tell you where exactly you need to go, but I mean, the boomerang or the magic boomerang, the power bracelet, the wand, the red candle, none of that is anything really exceptional at this point. So I don't see Fred really doing any checks at all for
There's
items.
really no reason to do this at this point, as Fred claims the rupee boss. Now, the unfortunate thing about this is Jam now has to double back to 2 dungeons he's already claimed the Triforce out of.
Yes, he's got to double back for the recorder, and he still has to double back for the bow. So yeah, Fred is definitely in go mode here, and he's just going to be going Triforce hunting. He's going to make a quick dip into 4 up here and go back into 7, get that, then head off to 9. But it is far from over. Level 9 is known as a great equalizer for a reason.
Yeah, and we'll get to it a little bit more there, but 9 can be such a nightmare. A lot of time invested. And really, I mean, if Jam makes the right plays here and returns to the dungeons that he needs to get those items, which, 3's not a big dungeon, so it may encourage him to go back there. And the possibility for 2 items in level 8, he can make a really quick comeback as well. So we'll see where it goes. But I mean, Fred's routing decisions have just played perfectly into him finding exactly what he needs to make really quick work of this seed.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a potential where if everything works out for him, he could get this seed finished off in maybe an hour, 5, hour 10 at the most. But of course, level 9 can do what level 9 can do, as you've mentioned before. Who knows? There's the Triforce for Fred. He just got to get the Triforce out of 4, and he'll be on his way to level 9.
Yeah, and actually, really, really nice routing. Able to pick up the Triforce out of level 7, and we'll go right over to the White Sword Cave here to pick up his Triforce out of 4. And then he can just record it right back to level 3, and that will bring him really close to level 9. So, should be in 9, probably, I would say, around 52, 53 minutes.
Now, one note, in level 2, there was the item was ladder block, but the Triforce wasn't, correct?
That is correct.
So as of right now, ladder isn't even, I mean, it may not be required.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's quite a possibility.
Yeah, Gem's doing a pretty good job of getting through this seed without needing that ladder. As he finds the magical boomerang in level 4.
Yeah, the inferior model, as it's been called by some. Or by one.
And then there's others in the community who will call it the best item.
Yes.
Absolutely. A huge debate in the Z1R community. And it looks like Jam is heading back over towards the Death Mountain area. Now, I forget, has Jam even actually come across 2 yet?
I don't think he has.
No.
But we know he needs to get into level 5 at some point in time and claim the ladder out of there.
Indeed. Have Fred going in at around 51 minutes. This is huge.
Yeah, this is a nuts pace here for Fred. He could even sub-hour this seed.
Yeah, and sub-hour on these flags it's fantastic. It really is. But what we're looking for in level 9, we don't need to look for items. We're here trying to look for 2 things. Here, Ganon's Roar, which will be in one of the adjacent rooms that you're in. And then the other one, if we clear a room and the shutter door, and there's a single shutter door and it does not open, we know that's where Zelda is.
So therefore, we know that that door to the right cannot be Zelda.
Now, there is still a compass here in level 9, and what that will do is that will show the exact location of Zelda. It can sometimes be misleading because we've witnessed many times that just because she's in a room doesn't mean it's a direct path to her. But the map is also very welcoming, and it is very big.
And I'm going to point this out that Fred killed that Patrick because he knew that that was going to be the map drop. He knows that the only item that can drop in a compass in the Triforce room, like that room he just left there, can only be the map and shapes.
Wow. Learned something new today.
Gets a nice clock there off one of those Stalfos to stop everything. Now you notice that Fred did the one bomb and then just exited. He is more concentrated on hearing that roar, and because it is in one of the adjacent rooms, you don't need to walk up and down every column. You really want to sort of scatter yourself to where you're covering as much area as possible.
Yeah, and he also tried that bomb wall to the north, and it didn't work out. There's no room to the left, no room to the right, so there was really no point of him clearing out that room at that point.
And Jam taking on this Patra here. So, I mean, just a bunch of Patra kills all over the place in this seed.
Yeah, it's, well, we've seen him in, what, 4 dungeons?
At least.
Level 9's enemy set looks pretty tame, no, except for the Dark Nuts.
Yeah, the enemy sets were not really that horrible, especially considering the fact that the Red Ring was found relatively early in this seed. You either had to deal with Lionels, you had to deal with Gorillas, or you had to deal with Dark Nuts, and, there's... Once you find the Red Ring, there's really not a rough set there. I mean, Lionels probably might be the worst just because they can throw their swords at you.
Exactly.
And Jam did pick up his Triforce out of level 2, is heading to the north here, and will soon learn the bad news. Hey, I'm ladder blocked. may try to bomb right here. I don't think Fred did that, but there is nothing over there anyway, so it does not matter. And Fred is still just running through level 9, trying to find any information that he can.
Yeah, if I'm jamming this scenario, I'm trying to think, you know, maybe I just shouldn't worry about the ladder and, you know, just focus on the bow. I mean, I figure if he finds the bow, he's not even going to be looking for items after that, because you have to gamble at this point.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing here for Jam is that he's still looking for what he knows to be 2 required items, one being the bow, and knowing that the recorder is going to be required in order to get the Triforce out of level 7.
Jam did find a different bomb hole that Fred didn't find.
Yeah.
Now, the best item, in my opinion, here for Jam would be the book, because that would automatically give him all the information he needs on where to go in these last few levels, especially level 8 when he is going back, or he already has did he get the map in
He
8?
did not.
Okay, so that would actually be really helpful for him.
Our bracelet, though, is the item in level 2, and that's not going to do him any good because we know that there is going to be no levels that are power bracelet blocked in this seed.
So Jam is probably going to make his way over to 5. I mean, he's got to go back there anyway, so. But 5 will help him a little bit, but he really needs to make the play to 8.
Hello, lag.
We go from 60 frames a second to 60 seconds a frame.
Yeah, Vires will do that, especially as you start to kill them and they start to separate into keys. Fred also now has to be a little careful because while he does have the red ring, he is still down to just 1 heart, and you know, 2 hits from blue dark nut, or you know, just getting pinned in between red dark nuts can quickly deplete that HP.
Or if he finds Ganon and the Hyrule driver happens.
Yeah, those are always wonderful too. And
Did Jam not find level 5?
I do not believe so. He didn't really do much exploration of Death Mountain or the northern part of Hyrule here, so still needs to search northeast of 1 to find level 5. And man, these fire rooms are just horrible.
Yeah, this is the same one he was in earlier, but now he's just going to go ahead and take the staircase since he's reached a dead end and hoping that this will take him to a new section, but no, it doesn't. He's already been to this corner.
Yeah, there's a lot of staircases in 9. It's so easy to get lost in them.
6 pairs plus 2 item staircases.
That's 8.
So Jam killing a lot of Gyarados here. First of all, it's going to clear out that area for him so he can make his way back down, and if he does an up A like that. But it was also looking for a bomb drop there as well.
You know, that text made me thirsty.
Me too. How about you, Cram?
I'm out of water. So Fred fighting these Dark Knights, trying to first of all hope that this doesn't open, because that will tell him where Zelda is. Or, well,
The other thing is
we'll
stop the beeping.
get to that. But it also will potentially open up another path.
And give him some health, because these Dark Nuts like to drop health.
Yes, that is another excellent thing. As long as you don't run into him in the process.
As long as you don't hug them like he just did.
Well, he's still leaving with more health than he came in with, so that's a win.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you saw the semifinal match, you know, that did come into play there, as he did decide to do a few extra hugs there against some Dark Nuts.
The only hug we want is a hug on Zelda. We don't need hugging anything but Zelda. And these fires are plenty-some. There's a lot of fires in here.
Yeah, it's very frustrating when you get this many fires and they don't go down to a single hit, because really they're just a nuisance at that point. You can't even count on them for bombs.
Now, another difference that we'll be seeing, too, when we get to the Ganon fight, when Fred finds, he's going to be fighting Zelda and not Ganon.
Well, yeah, you don't want to be fighting, you know, your master at all, so.
I have a funny feeling I might know where he is.
Up in that upper right corner?
Underneath the letter A, the first tile up there.
Yeah, that would be another bad spot, but Fred is going to clear out this room and make his way up there to see.
Bet you his shutter door don't open.
Yeah, watch it. Watch it. Don't open. Haha.
There we go.
Yep, there
So
we go.
we know the location of the kidnapped, and as Cantaloupe was alluding to, that is not going to be Zelda that we're rescuing. We are going to rescue Ganon.
I still think he's underneath that A, the first tile underneath that A, because then they will be back to back, and the only place you're going to be hearing Ganon is under that first C tile.
That is equally as evil.
Sometimes this game just doesn't care for the feelings of the runners who play it.
Now we could even get a little worse and have. Oh, never mind.
Never
we
mind.
hear him.
Yep, there it is.
Zelda. Hi. Gonna
All
take
right.
8 stabs.
Couldn't get him in the stun lock earlier here, so he's going to try to work him into the corner now. He's at 4 hits of the 8 so far. Make it 5 and 6. 7 and 8, and there we go.
This is gonna be a sub-hour.
Yeah, just
Barely.
just walking back 5 rooms, we'll be able to make it in. It's always nice when you are actually more than 5 because, well, why would there be a direct path?
Of course not. I don't think he's going to get the sub-hour because he's also going to have the ladder clip. But it's just going to be barely over an hour.
Yeah, that's still impressive with these flag sets.
Absolutely. Like, the average time that we've had throughout this entire tournament has run about an hour and 15 minutes. And no, he is going to sub-hour this. Get your GGs. Get your claps
Wow.
in here. Fred has won this thing 59-56.
Wow.
As Jam does come across level 5. So Fred is going to take a 1-0 lead, but this is a best of 3, so it is not over yet. Jam does still have a chance to come back. So we're going to take just a few brief minutes, let our runners get it set up for the second match, and then we will be right back with more Z1R.
Mm-hmm.
Bo was A, 1 room east of that transport staircase.
everybody on as possible. Oh, I hear me.
All right, and welcome back to SpeedGaming Live 2019. We're going to be getting into Game 2 here of Fred versus Jam in our Zelda 1 Randomizer Championship. I am once again joined by Cantaloupe Me, and joining us is Jay Coper.
Hello.
Hello.
Definitely a pleasure to be here to see this race between two top players, and looking forward to seeing what we got here.
Yeah, Fred just coming off a sub-hour completion of the last seed. Jam looking to even things up here. So I believe we are going to be getting underway very, very shortly.
Yes, anything can happen.
Here we go. Looks like we're pretty much ready, and we'll be counting down.
All right, and there's our start, and a lot better than Death Mountain.
Yes, definitely.
We have a lot of flexibility right here, and we've got 3 Armos locations within just a couple screens, so good chance for an early good item. We'll see what we get.
Yeah, a start like this, you value your Armos checks just as much as your open cave checks, because that Armos statue could be a white sword or something like that too.
Yeah, we could find an early white sword in the Armos. That would be very interesting. But it looks like it's going to be on the other side.
So we do see gorillas have made their way into the overworld this time around. We'll also be looking at other enemies just to sort of gauge what we're looking at in the underworld.
Yeah, gorillas in the overworld are a pretty underrated threat. Everyone is pretty afraid of Dark Nuts and Wizrobes universally, I think, but gorillas will throw boomerangs kind of unpredictably if you're not watching them carefully, and when you're starting with 3 hearts, it's pretty easy to lose those in a hurry.
Yeah, deceitfully difficult enemy. And we see our large secret of 77 rupees here. So a little bit under what we would normally expect. And then we find level 3 up in the very northeast.
Looks like we're starting towards the top here, so
We got Wizrobes in 3.
So, Jam leaving that old man because no, we have not found the rest of the sword yet. And Fred is going to be entering 3 as well. Not a lot of exploration available here in level 3. Just a few more checks for Jam, and we'll see how much he explores here. Still looking for that staircase, potentially.
Good grabbing a couple keys on the floor, too, because in case he has to bail here, he'll be able to go in other dungeons and maybe get in a few rooms, so it's always a plus to have that.
yeah, maybe just to clarify, that hint for the sword is not an actual hint, just so no one is questioning. It's just a community hint, a joke hint.
Yeah, all the hints will be mostly jokes, puns, and not useless. Blame Fred.
Yeah, both of our runners running into that shuttered room with Wizrobes want no part of that. So Jam and Fred both going to leave and continue their exploration. Fred doing his lovely hug clip to get over to this ladder spot. The reason that he does this is because ladders do slow your movement speed. So doing the hug clip allows you to move a little bit faster up that ladder.
Also, there's no enemies up there. I think that helps a lot.
Yeah, if you had some gorillas down there, it would even make more sense because, you know, they, like you were saying earlier, you know, 3 hits and you're dead with 3 hearts. Boomerangs hurt.
I wonder if they can hit you or not. Probably not. Right?
No, I don't think they can. I know Wizrobes can, but, and Pole's Voice.
Yeah, they're very good at that.
Oh,
And
Jam buying a candle.
Yeah, having the money early for that candle is very nice. typically a lot of runners will end up grabbing their candle from the take any cave that we'll normally run into, but haven't found one of those yet, so candle purchase is nice. And Fred is going to make his as well.
With the way the enemies look inside the dungeon just based from 3 Wizrobs in there, you definitely want to get all the health we can get. So it's very good to mine that candle. That 1 extra heart can save them.
Yeah, and here we see our medium secret, just the normal 30 rupees, so nothing too special about that one. Got 2 more checks up here, and given our current bomb count, I don't know that they would really do a lot of exploration in Death Mountain. May elect to head down towards start.
Oh, that was some pretty solid dodging by Jam on the way in there to make it into that waterfall cave without taking a death, but unfortunately takes one on the way out. He would have surely liked to get up to this cave before taking that death. Now he's it's gonna be weighing on his mind, I'm sure.
Yeah, luckily isn't missing anything right now, but anytime you die with just that 1 check, you sort of feel like you want to prioritize it over a lot of other checks, but he's doing a good job of checking where there's a lot more options for him.
Right, and with it being really close to the start screen, it's a quick check anyway, just a few screens away, so obviously a lot other options out there.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be doing force exploration with both of our runners. Jam pretty much just 1 check behind. Fred checking out Vanilla 8 here. And just a lot of secrets, small secrets here in the forest so far.
With all the secrets we're finding, we haven't found no door repairs yet, so these rupees could start vanishing very fast. We'll get a good look at the ladder item up here shortly. Should take a little peek. Wand?
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So wand is one of those items that is a lot more valuable, especially if you only have the wood sword. It is ranged weaponry as well as dealing wood sword damage. So it is one that I'm sure our runners would like, and having it near the start screen, I wouldn't be surprised if both runners would go and actually grab that. And here Jam finds the letter. Not needed by any means, but always nice to have, especially as you were saying, Wizrobs in the underworld. Having that extra method of health refill is very, very nice. And we do see our bomb prices here, 25 rupees. So Jam does buy some so he can check out these final few spots for bombing.
Yeah, it's really hard to force the bomb count when you don't have anything to kill enemies with, because it seems like a lot of these enemies in the overworld have more than 3 hit points, and if so, you're not going to be able to kill them with the candle.
Yeah, still quite a lot of exploration of even the open caves to find this wood sword here. This shop in the just south of the desert does, I mean, maybe this is confirmation bias, but it does seem to have the sword quite a bit in a lot of the seeds I play, but not today, so we are going to continue over towards that start location. A lot more trees to burn along the way.
The book is right there north of Vanilla 100, which means for the white sword item, 4, 5, or 6 hearts are going to grab it, and that will give them the map for all the dungeons, so it's going to be a very good pickup.
And Fred coming across the take any roads, so we will see where they lead. We have one up into Death Mountain, which is very nice. It's always good when you have that immediate access up there. We have one also eliminating one of our raft spots, so that actually makes raft less valuable, so it's something you definitely don't want to see in one of the dungeons now. And Fred is going to return to the take any prior so he can finish checking both Vanilla level 9 as well as the open cave up here.
Yeah, and one thing we really haven't seen also, we've only seen one dungeon.
Well,
oh, there we go.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's one that we can't explore because, well, level 9 just shifted one screen to the left.
Mm-hmm. It's a good thing, though, because, you know, if that's a dungeon, it's a block. That's such an out-of-the-way location, so it's sort of a blessing seeing 9 up there.
Yeah, especially having the take any road just 3 screens to the right. Fred almost taking a death trying to get back in there. And Jam is checking out the forgotten spot, and we have just more bombs.
Yep, and he's going to... Thankfully, we got a little bit of money, but, you know, we got to start finding some more secrets here. 38 rupees is not going to last. It'd be cool if Sword was in the vanilla start. That'd be nice. No, it's layer 2.
All right, so much nicer level to explore. 1 item will be on the ground, but like legs will pretty much alleviate any of that niceness because you will not be able to kill them at this point.
So there isn't going to be the wood sword in here. There could be a sword in here.
Mm-hmm.
Nice
But-
damage boost by Fred there, by the way.
Yeah, pretty nice thinking on his feet. The land moles would do 2 hearts.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That would have killed 3 if they had 0 or 1 HP, but they have 2 in this case. The maximum with these flags.
So Fred's going to go ahead and nope out 2 for now. Don't blame him at all.
And Jam did find level 5 as well, so he's doing a little exploration in here. Just more great comments from the old men. And level 7 for Fred now.
Candle shop. Yeah, he went out and went back in to, it gave him a free door, and gets a free key as well, so he got to save a bomb and gets a key. And he'll nope out of there since 7's one of the larger dungeons. So it looks like we're going to be in the Lost Woods again area for the sword.
Yeah, Fred picking up one of his bonus hearts, and there we have the potion shop just north of level 3. So Jam picking up his sword will surely see Fred get his sword as well, but he also finds level 1 here. So we'll see if Jam heads down to the river cave, and it looks like he is instead heading into the dead woods.
What if Ganon was one of us?
Well, for Fred he is, isn't he?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That cave here where level 1 is can be easy to forget at times, so let's hope that Jam doesn't delay getting over there too long. Could be a lot of good stuff easy to get in level 1.
Yeah, I bet you he's going to go check the bottom 2 over here to the right, I mean left, and then he'll probably make his way over that way. Fred picking up his sword. About a minute behind Jam doing it.
Gets a nice boost there into vanilla or into level 5. And it looks like Fred is trying to just collect a lot of information, if possible, coming up to this Arma screen and gets the ladder.
Ooh. That's a heck of an item to get from the Armos, which we know Jam will be checking that shortly to get it as well.
Now, Jam was in level 5. I don't know if he made his way up to the Armas to get that item or not.
Yeah, looks like he's going to make his way to the graveyard.
And I'd be pretty tempted to go back and get that wand. It would really make combat in these dungeons a lot faster.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would not put it out of the realm of possibility that after Fred does a little exploring here in 5, he maybe does the world wrap to grab that wand.
Oh, Jam is already there.
Yeah, here we had the ladder. I guess we
Okay.
missed it.
So that is also a good decision. So Jam picks up his wand, and his combat is going to be a lot better now. And I mean, I would say the biggest benefit to grabbing the wand right now is the fact that we already saw the keys in their HP level. So at least that will take them out of one hit now.
Yeah, and there's a mechanic you can do. If you stab your sword and wand by hitting A and B at the same time, you'll get some extra damage. So it will definitely be very useful. Fred clipping into a block and showing these blue lamolas that, haha, you can't hit me.
But wand would speed this up a whole lot.
Yes.
So it looks like Jam is making the immediate play to go back to level 3. A smaller level, so definitely one that is worth searching through. As Fred clips in just to find a transport staircase somewhere else in level 5.
Yeah, I like this level 3 check because it's a little bit out of the way and, you know, just, I mean, getting it done and over with. And with the ladder, unless they're dig dogger blocked, they should be, you know, you should be able to get through it just fine. Or Goma.
Now what Jam is going to do here is he's going to leave that room, and then when he goes back in, there is that chance that even though he left a Wizrobe there, that it won't be a Wizrobe when he returns. It's whatever the first enemy spawn would be. And in this case, it is a Moblin, so that is a big benefit for him, not having to kill that blue Wizrobe. Fred having a lot of fun with these like lights right now.
Was that 11 HP?
I mean, if it's not, it feels like it. So, does take an unfortunate death here. And Jam is continuing his exploration through level 3. Has checked a lot of rooms so far, but man, this one is ugly.
Yeah, that's a tough room for Wizrobes.
It's not the kind of room that you want the shutter doors to close behind you.
Fred does have the map here in level 5, but is unable to bomb down or left out of that room. So is going to have to find another way. It looks like it's going to be a very direct path that he has to take to get into the lower portion of level 5.
And another thing, the Zols, looks like their HP's up too, because they're splitting up with the wand hits. Usually a good way to get some money if you need it, but...
So Jam taking a death here in level 3 as Fred is continuing to make his way down into the lower part of level 5, still looking for, well, a water walking Aquamenus apparently, but also looking for this item here.
Good strat there.
Finds this hard on the ground, as we said, with these Wizrobes, as we saw on Jam's side. Wizrobes are not playing nice, they never do, so having that extra health is going to be beneficial.
There's a lot of undesirable combat rooms at the level they're at right now, especially over on Jam's side. We got the Gliok and what we call a Chevy room, and then multiple Wizrobes in all sorts of undesirable places, so...
Fred was hoping for a bomb drop there, I bet, because he cannot get to those other rooms.
Yeah, just that one room sitting down there in the south, and now he's probably thinking, you know, that's going to be the one with the item, and I have no bombs to get in there, so he is going to continue checking up here in the north, still has rooms to clear out. Jam still looking around here in level 3. May have found the item. He does, and it is just the boomerang. But he is going to pick it up because that will help him with crowd control. Not the type that you've been seeing here on SpeedGaming, but it will help him with crowd control in these dungeons.
Yep, all hail.
Jam's seen quite a few rooms in this dungeon already with no compass or Triforce to speak of. Oh, there's a Triforce. Never mind.
Ooh, well played. One little bop, and he had been walking again.
So Fred almost fully clearing out. Now this is potentially a staircase room for him, and I mean, you know, with the Pole's voice here, it's a lot nastier, but does get that clock, which is going to make this room so much easier.
That's a huge drop for him. The wand again would have helped a lot right here, but
Yeah, it was
the
a good
clock is a lifesaver.
Yeah, it was a good time for the stopwatch bullet drop.
So it's going to clear this out. With second quest rooms, anything that really has a block here in that middle row, the far left block will have the potential to push. It does not in this case, so that is not our item, but this could be. So Fred will once again have fun clearing out these enemies.
Now, another thing to note in the shapes flag set, there are no dark rooms where you have to use a candle to light them up. The only dark room is Ganon's room, but so that's one advantage to having shapes. At least you're always going to see your layout of the room.
Yeah, that might change someday, but it's been the case for as long as this has been an option.
I hope it doesn't change.
Another clock.
That one not really as beneficial. But
Yeah.
we do get the push here, and what item are we going to get here in level 5? It is the any key.
Valuable.
Pretty nice to find when you only got 2 keys.
And early in the seed. Usually, you know, you got 12 keys and then you find it and you're like, really?
Yeah, so Fred is going to go ahead and go back to the transport staircase so he can get into the, or not the transport, but just take the long path to the southern part of level 5 here so he can grab his Triforce and get on out. Whenever you're in one of these bigger dungeons, spending a lot of time searching out an item can make you feel like you're really far behind afterwards. So we'll see what plays Fred makes. Fred is playing with what we call house money now. Knowing he's up 1-0, may make some decisions that may be either safer or even bigger gambles because of the fact that he has a little bit of room to flex around with.
And Jan's about to find out the news about where level 9 is. Yeah, now those blue Link enemies that we see on Fred's side, those are actually Gibdos, but since he's playing as a Gibdo, they're replaced by Link.
Yeah, by far the best Link sprite replacement is the Wizrobes, just because he's running at like 100 miles per hour.
I don't think I've actually seen that one.
And it looks like Pole's Voice may be staying as one of our main enemies here, so Fred is going to clear that out. Pole's Voice seemed to have dropped 1 or 2 HP there, so that's a lot better, but of course the Gibdos did not. But Fred does get his Triforce out of level 5 here.
Yep, that puts him on the board with 1 as well. Yes, so we're still looking for levels 4, 6, and 8.
Yep, 4, 6, and 8. Jam is going to be up here in Death Mountain doing a little bit of exploration, trying to find some of these levels. Remember, Fred has the information, and it looks like he is immediately making the play back to level 1 here. Jam skipped over this cave earlier on, so it may be a little while till Jam gets back here. We'll see if there's anything important in level 1.
Ooh.
Yeah, and as Jake Hooper was saying earlier, wand would be a huge benefit here with this dungeon as well, with those blue dark nuts.
Bet you're going to have a segmented 1. I think he's going to go make the play for the wand. Yep.
Now, with Fred making this play for the wand, I wouldn't be surprised to see him make the play up to 3 as well. As you said earlier, kind of out of the way, so something that you want to make the play for when you're in that general area. And then I wouldn't be surprised to see him go back to start, potentially, just because level 2 and level 1 are both there.
Right, and Jam finds a good old 4. And Red Wizrobes, they rolled low, 3.
Yeah. When red Wizrobes, they're not as scary as the blues, but when they roll low, it's always nice because they are bomb dropping enemies. And here we have a push block. Is this segmented 4 or is it the item? It is the item and it is the red candle.
That's not a bad thing to get, really.
Yeah, once you have the wand and any candle, then the red candle is kind of obsoleted in a lot of ways, but I guess it doesn't hurt to have it.
No, one area it is nice is if you're fighting a lot of like Likes or Gibdos, you can sort of just bounce them off the candle continuously and do it to a lot of enemies at once. So it is repetitive damage that can help. So you'll see some runners pick it up. Some runners do value it a little more than others.
Now, one thing, would you all make the play to the book, you know, for the white sword item to help out with the maps for the layer dungeon, since, you know, they got the required hearts now?
I think I would see Fred making that play a lot quicker than Jam. I know Fred does value maps very, very much so in shapes. But I think it's one of those things that they make the play if they're in that area. They're not really going to go out of their way for it.
You know, I honestly forgot that the map was Atlas in these flags. I don't know that would have changed what I did in my races, but it certainly can be valuable.
And here we have a 4-headed Gleeok sitting in level 4. Jam is going to try to take it out. Has to be very careful. Now, if you make contact with one of the attached heads, it does 3/8 quarter damage, or 3/8 damage. But full head, a detached head, or a fireball will do a full heart of damage. So you do have to be a little careful with those.
Now, these dungeons seem pretty difficult with these Wizrobes. Wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy.
Looks like Jam might be setting up a cannon key here.
Very well done. Red sees the boomerang and throws a flame in its general direction.
I approve.
And Jam, in another difficult room to deal with, backs off of it, and
That's a pretty good size level 4 too. A lot of rooms.
yeah, Fred going ahead and clearing out that room to open the shutter and just gets rewarded with the heart. And luckily, we do not have to clear this out for the Triforce, so Fred is going to pick up his Triforce from level 3 as well, as JamEviler decides to back off level 4 for now.
Yeah, it's not a bad decision, actually.
And looks like Jam is finishing exploring the grave area while Fred is heading back over towards start. Now, remember, the book is over here, and I don't think Fred did burn any of these bushes in the southwest forest. So he is going to pick up that book and be able to see the maps of the remainder of the levels.
Of course, the downside is using the wand now is going to get much more dangerous for Fred. If he hits any dark nuts with the wand or something, it'll create a lot of flames and lag and lots more opportunities to make things difficult for himself.
Yes, especially a lot more dangerous when you don't have the red ring and you can rack up damage on yourself very, very quickly.
Because even if you have a stopwatch active, the flames will still deal damage to you.
Yeah. And Jam is going to head up and return to level 5. Any key is going to be in there, so that would be a nice reward for him, but he also still needs a Triforce as well. Fred picking up his letter. Comes across the potion shop. We may see him open that up. And Jam taking a death to the Gleeok here.
Jam just got out of one dungeon with a difficult time with the Gleeok, and the game isn't giving him any breaks from that.
This one's a 3-head, though, I think. No, it is 4.
Very tormenting boss to deal with, but does clear it, but isn't rewarded with anything. Fred is going to screen scroll here. It looks like he is heading back to level 2.
Yeah, I figure he'll do 2 and then 1 right behind it.
Yeah, and as you see, this level 2 right here is something special. So having this book is going to help. And actually, this is one of the few enemies that the flame from the 1 actually does help with, because it does such quick cumulative damage on the Landmola.
Yeah, no iframes.
Yeah, and the Landmolas have a really weird damage system where, or I'm thinking of Moldarm as, Red Rain in level 2. I don't know if the Moldarm damage applies to the Landmolas as well, but like basically all of the different segments only take damage at certain times.
So now Fred knows his item. He needs a Tringle.
Will not be in that room, so he will have to continue up towards the northern part of here into. Jam is in the vertical shoot room. Now this can have a drop. It does not in this case, but it's always one of the more difficult rooms to really have to deal with to clear out if you don't have a ranged weapon. Luckily, having the wand is able to clear it to check for that item.
That's handy.
Yeah. Of course, you have to still do a little bit of walking, including through a horizontal shoot room.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, Jam's definitely doing these rooms faster because he has the wand here. Like Jake Hopper was saying earlier, it's very advantageous to have the extra offense.
Yeah, it clears out that first room. No push block there, but we'll clear out this room too, and he'll get his any key. Now, he was clearing out rooms earlier, trying to get some keys to allow for better exploration, so this will alleviate that issue completely. And Fred does get his Triforce out of level 2. That puts him at 3, as JamEviler does grab his any key, so he'll just need the Triforce out of here, and then he'll be done with level 5 as Fred heads back over towards level 1.
And should be, we got 2 items in there. We don't know what either one of them are, and could be, we've already seen both bananas, right? 1.
Just the 1 for right now, yeah. Just like a lot of runners, just watching a race right before this, we may have a few things from memory of the last seed as well.
Yeah, they do blend together after a while.
Did Fred pick up something there? Oh, no, it must not have been. Maybe it was just a bound drop or something. But because there was the recorder on the floor right there.
Yeah, so big find for Fred. Any potential Dig Dogger blocks, as well as the recorder lake, are now in play for him. So very, very good find there, and potentially our staircase item right here.
What it's looking like, and we got, okay, now we got both items. And Fred gives us a complimentary burn on that one as well.
Yeah, he actually walked to that one to burn it.
Yeah.
And there is the Triforce out of level 5 for Jam. That puts him at 2. Now, we'll see if he continues to explore around here to find level 1 and level 2. So kind of catch him back up to Fred. Fred has a little bit of a lead right now, but definitely nothing insurmountable on Jam's side.
Not at all. And it looks like Jam's going to make his way to level 1 finally.
All right, that's a good sign.
7 looks pretty mild.
And until you start going through it and you realize you can't bomb or, you know, get a certain way in a certain direction, so you have to walk around everything.
Looked like Fred was about to clear that Gliok, but I'm pretty sure there's a key in that room.
And another Leok.
So last seed was Patras for these two runners. This one is, well, was a lot of Gleoks. Now we have a Manhandla hanging out here as well. And Fred, with this red ring, is more just, you know, totally carefree with his combat. Jam discovering quickly the boomerang and the recorder here in level 1. So level 1, super quick for Jam.
Mm-hmm. He'll probably make his way to level 2 after this, so vice versa from what, you know, Fred did.
So Fred did not discover the item in level 7 here, did he?
No, he did not.
It's an interesting situation that we've got there. He's still looking for the bow and the silver arrows. So
Jam's going to go into 7. Wonder if he's going to dig it out.
Now Fred did have the benefit of knowing the layout of level 7, but is opting to not continue in there. Jam will probably find the Triforce just as quickly as Fred did, because it was a pretty linear path to the Triforce. So we'll see what he decides as well. Fred trying to decide whether he wants the potion or the heart in that instance, and opts for the heart.
Jam, unfortunately, did not get to level 2 yet, so he doesn't have that red ring. Even though he's got the red tunic, that's just what his randomized tunic color ended up as this time. So, oh, looks like Jam should be finding level 2 soon, though.
Oh, yes.
And Jam making the same play, leaving the monstrosity that is normally level 7 behind. Now, we still have yet to find level 6 and level 8 on either runner's side, so still a potential for the need for the recorder or, you know, power bracelet or something like that. Or, I mean, even that last draft spot at vanilla level 4 could be where one of our dungeons is located. So a lot of opportunity still out there for these runners to need additional items.
Yeah, a lot of things. Name that tune.
Yeah, one of our better features, and there is the red ring for JamEviler. Obviously, lights tingle up a little bit here. And there's the map, and Jam realizes what he's dealing with, but that does give him a clear direction where he needs to go.
Yeah, he doesn't have the compass yet, though, but he should be picking that up soon. Then he'll know go to the top right to get what he needs.
Yeah, I think the compass was either 1 or 2 rooms up from the room he's currently in,
Yeah.
so it's right along the way there.
Yeah, I think it was this one. Nope, that's what I get for thinking. It's this one.
I'm pretty sure it's this one.
Fred is checking out the grave. We know that it is going to be level 4 up here, which will reward him with the red candle. Whether he chooses to take it or not, we'll see.
So this is going to put them both at 5 Triforces apiece.
Same 5 Triforces,
Yeah.
and pretty much our items are going to be extremely similar, other than Fred having the book and arrows.
Yeah, so this is pretty even.
Now Fred is going to have a little more potential for exploration here. I forget what it was that drove Jam away, whether it was a key block or whether he just got sick of the combat, but we'll see how much Fred explores here.
I think it was mostly combat.
Because he got the item and there was no sense to, you know, keep dying over and over.
But Jam is going to continue his overworld exploration, but it wouldn't surprise me if he did go back to 4 before too long, just because of the fact that he knows where it is and still has to clear it out. But it looks like, depending on what else we find on the overworld, that our runners are going to have to return to level 7 to get whatever item is in there, whether it's a power bracelet or the raft.
Yes, it's looking like there's a good possibility we might be blocked on one of those. Did neither of them check the Recorder Lake at Vanilla 7, right?
Fred actually just did, and it was nothing there. But there on Candle Row is where we have level 6 at the corner bush.
Yeah, I couldn't remember any of Candle Row being checked myself.
Oh, early Tringle.
That's one of those other areas that, I mean, it's very easy to forget about if you don't like have it as an active part of your route early on. Like, just not returning at the start, you kind of forget about it. But level 6 also very interesting, segmented, but not as big as it normally does go. So, potentially not a horrible check.
It'll be a really quick Triforce too, because after he finds what he needs, he can up A, and the Triforce is right near the start.
Right.
Behind you.
Yeah, and he told him that, and he went right backwards.
Yeah. Here we go.
Take his words.
There's our item. It is a power bracelet. That is probably going to be what opens us up to level 8 here. So Jam is definitely going to pick up that power bracelet. And, I mean, just like that, I mean, Fred grabbing the Triforce, so he does have a 1 Triforce lead. But until he gets back to Candle Row, I'd say Jam has the lead right now with that power bracelet. Well, there goes that Triforce lead, too.
It seems like we still have a little bit of Candle Row to do. Maybe there's more things like level 8 to be found here as well.
And looks like Fred's about to make his Death Mountain extent to check the things out up here, and there wasn't nothing up there, so this is a good chance for Jam to pick up some things.
There is the magical sword up here, and Fred might have enough hearts to pick it up when he gets it. So.
Oh yeah, he does have 11. He'll have a 40% chance.
So it looks like Jam is going to immediately go check out these power bracelet locations. Being around start definitely is not a bad option to do so. And our first check does not net anything but 30 rupees, so we'll continue, probably check the one in the forest, and then potentially head up towards either the Lost Hills or the Grave. I would say the Grave actually probably wouldn't be bad to save till last because you're going to level 4 anyway. So
there
but
it is.
Yes, right here is level 8 at the forest PB spot.
Yeah, so that's Jam's got a big lead now on this.
So there are 2 items here in 8, and we are still looking for that all-important bow. And the other thing is what we've discovered as far as commentators on what the items are. We know that the bow and the raft are still at large. So right now, there is only one potential chance for the silvers not to be a 9.
And we know the bow's not going to be a 9.
Oh, so 11's not enough.
And it looks like Fred is recording back down to level 2. So he is going to do his checks down here around Burn Row. So he'll eventually get into level 6. And my guess is with the size of the map and everything and seeing that quick Triforce, we'll probably see him either grab the Triforce in return or even bypass the Triforce to look for this item because it's either in here or in 7.
That was a nasty bonk.
Excuse me.
And level 8, yes, its normal self is quite big and quite bulky. Fred does pick up the Triforce really quick. Probably not intentional, but we'll see if he returns in here.
Yeah, it didn't really seem intentional. I wasn't watching all
Okay.
the... Oh,
Wow, look at that. Silver arrows here in 8. So now the question is Bo going to be here in 8 as well, or is it going to be over in level 7?
So it's good to narrow that down. So that sort of helps your morale knowing you don't have to dig in 9, but at the same time, you know, it's like your opponent doesn't have to either. So, but yes, just need that bow, and it's either going to be here or 7.
oh, so Fred is not digging 6 yet.
No.
But, ooh. I think best case scenario for him, I'm thinking he's probably going to dig 7 before 6.
I do too.
He's got the recorder, and 7's generally smaller than 6 in shapes because of the way that the shapes dungeons are laid out.
Yeah, Compass here for Jam finds out where the Triforce is. Now he knows he still needs the bow, so I would expect that we'll see a lot more exploration here in 8 before returning to level 7. But he is making a play right directly towards the Triforce. So may check these 2 rooms, return, pick up the Triforce, and then re-enter. Or may decide to return to level 7.
This could be a potential item.
Now, in addition to the item, there will also be 2 more staircases, and they will just transport to each other. Levels 5, 6, 7, and 8 all have one of them by default, and more if the level is segmented. Level 9, when we get there, we'll have 6 total transport staircases.
Yeah, but that one was Squadouche, nothing there. But let's see. Okay, I think he's going to grab the Triforce. He might come back in, though.
And it looks like Fred is making the play into level 7 first, as you suggested, Jay Coper. So this could be a really interesting play, because if Fred finds Bo in here, that means Jam will have to return to level 7. If he does not, and he finds the raft, that means Jam's play back into level 8 is going to give him a huge lead.
Yeah, that's really going to determine a lot of the rest of the race right here.
Mm-hmm.
Could also lead to an interesting decision for Fred, because if he finds the bow here in level 7 and then returns to level 6 to get the power bracelet and goes into 8, that Triforce there, if he doesn't find silvers first, he could potentially gamble on them being at 9.
Yeah, it seemed like the silvers were mostly along the path for Jam, but you never know how little variations in your path might affect if you go through that room or not. So yeah, we got a lot of things to watch play out here.
Is there a staircase? Oh, it's another stair. Trying to see if he can get a bomb dropped. He has 1 chance at a bomb here. There it is.
Fred did find the bomb upgrade, got 4 for 83 rupees, which is a pretty good deal here. But this is, if this
can't be the bow.
The item, so this has to be, or no, that's the other part of the transport. So yeah.
That couldn't be the bow because it had been bow blocked.
Right. So we almost saw that for sure. That would have been the raft, but it is not the case right now. Jam's still looking for this final staircase here in level 8. Fred looking for the staircase in level 7. Jam already having a lot of this level 8 explored.
Yeah, that's why I figured he'd do it, since he had the majority of it. He's got, I think, like 10 rooms left. Resident Evil Chevy room. But Wizrobes like to... Oh, another
Yeah,
good stopwatch.
yeah.
Wizrobes like to act weird in Chevy rooms anyway. Nice beam strats there.
And with our knowledge of the items here in level 7 and level 8, we do know for a fact that our heart container and our white sword are going to be the items in level 9.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a white sword would be awesome to get, but not really looking for it. But if they see it, they're definitely going to pick it up.
Yeah, for sure. Both these guys are more than capable of handling Ganon with just the wooden sword.
That's 15 hits with the wooden, 8 with the white, and 4 with the magical.
Yeah, and Fred finding this staircase room here in level 7,
This
very
has
last
to be
room.
it.
And it is the raft, so
Ooh.
Bo is going to be here in level 8 for Jam. Also, Fred might prioritize the raft check over returning to level 6 as well, knowing that it could possibly be at vanilla level 4.
Yeah, Jam's probably trying to figure out the few rooms he hasn't been to yet. He's almost full cleared this level 8. And so I would almost bet when Fred gets to this point, he'll be full clear in level 8 too.
Yeah, especially if he comes across the silvers first, as Jacob alluded to. He would know at that point that Bo is 100% in level 8 because he does have knowledge of everything else, and he must forget that the Take Any Road led up here to this draft spot because he is checking it first. And here, it looks...
That staircase is a good reminder, yeah.
Yeah, it looks perfectly normal. It's exactly where I put my staircases.
And here's the return to level 6 for Fred. Now we know that the path wasn't too horrible to the power bracelet. It's just a matter of getting there. So it is going to be a little bit of a time sink. Now one benefit for Fred is level 8 is the last level he has to clear. Jam does have to return to level 4.
He'll just be able to grab the Triforce, which wasn't too deep. But yeah, Fred will definitely, and it's going to be in the last room Jam is going to check. I think he has 2 more rooms left.
Yeah, Jam can't be feeling good about this with the amount of time he spent in this level, but he doesn't know that he's in a really good shape right now.
No. His shape right now is excellent. Up here's the last room, I believe. Nope, down is.
And we see Fred just blitzing through, trying to find a room that's potentially a staircase. And, oh no, he has that room just sitting in the middle underneath the L there. And Fred does find his power bracelet, so he's going to check around to start here.
Oh,
so.
hey, no big deal.
Wizrobes. Why does it have to be Wizrobes?
Gomez can't block the bow, but Wizrobes sure can, and they sure will here. Jam doing a really good job taking care of him very, very quickly, though. Did use all of his bombs, but with the money he has, he can always make a trip to pick up more.
Definitely a smart play to speed up this room. Wow, the first one Fred checks, he finds it.
So now the question is how long does it take Fred to find the bow, find the silvers here?
Yeah, Jam full cleared 8. But now here's the other thing. Let's say Fred finds the bow first. Is he going to keep digging since, you got that chance that, it could be a 9?
Yeah, and that's the thing is, does this path take him over to where the silvers are? Interesting thing is, the silvers were in a corridor staircase with a Goma sitting there in front of it. So, kind of a telling sign.
Fred is just a room away from the bow right now.
Yeah, heading in the opposite direction though. So, he may come across the silvers here first because I think it's only 2 or 3 rooms north of where he currently is.
Jam's going to make his way back to 4 and do a quick bop in and out and pick up his last Dorito piece, and he will be making his way up to 9. And it's always a relief to know you don't have to look for items in 9.
Yeah, then all you're doing is really trying to search for just that sound and the door that doesn't open. But we know that that isn't always necessarily the easiest thing. Sometimes 9 is very nice, sometimes it is not. Fred making quick work of his Patra. And then learning the bad news, he can't bum around, so still has to do a little bit of checking here. Luckily, Fred knows that the bow is definitely in here, so even if he comes across the Triforce, he will re-enter this dungeon. So it looks, as of right now, especially with this find of the compass, that Jam is going to have the early advantage into 9.
Yeah, there's always a chance, I guess, that Fred could have got really lucky in his routing in 8 here and found all the items and got that Triforce, but with the way that it took Jam to get through here so long, it was expected, I think, that Jam would be done first.
And here are the silvers for Fred, so this is going to at least alleviate the gamble potential in level 9. So Fred is going to be fully equipped, but he's in the northern part of 8 now, and we know that the bow is just about 3 rooms from the start screen, so he may end up full clearing this like Jam did earlier.
Especially, yeah, it's... I had a feeling this would happen just the way it took you. I mean, but yeah, so Jam's going to come into 9 around the 56-minute mark. And Fred has eliminated all other options, so yeah, he definitely knows that it's in here.
And level 9 forcing which way you have to go left to start.
You know, we're listening for a piggy sound, so we know, you know, we got a shutter door just like the last race. Shutter door don't open.
I don't know if it's possible for us to get sound from Jam.
So Jam is continuing through here, just blitzing through these rooms, trying to find the direction as quickly as possible. Now Fred does have the compass, is checking some of these northern rooms and trying to find this item, but we know it's not here. So we may see him do the same thing that Jam did, just pick up the Triforce and get back out.
It's kind of funny to have the sound come up and immediately hear a boss roar, but it's just from this stick over here. Oh.
So Fred does pick up the Triforce here in level 8. And we'll have to immediately re-enter for his bow.
And there's no way he goes anywhere else.
So Fred back into level 8, still looking for his Triforce. Potentially is going to try to clear out this room here, which is not a nice room, but we know this is not the room that will hold the silver arrows either.
Yeah, we saw Jam clear out this room as well.
And there's our map for level 9, and boy is that big. Fred is heading right, and this is the room where the bulb will be located. And of course, it's going to be a lot of Wizrobes. They are doing a nice job of grouping around him, though, so was able to take out a lot of them with bombs. Left himself with 1 bomb, but able to clear it out. We'll get this push, and he will be heading to 9 very, very shortly.
Yep. He did find it a little quicker than Jam did.
Very, very lucky bomb drop there on the floor behind that Dig Dogger. Able to allow Jam to bomb over and search, and probably got a little excited there to start with the Wall Masters before the Wall Masters came out, but or maybe not. Nope, never mind. The Wall Masters are good at trolling you on that.
Yeah, Fred was looking for some berms. Wait, did I hear something? No, it was Trolldorn. Lots of bosses in this 9.
Absolutely. More Moldorms.
More?
Okay, so I guess that's the enemy set we're dealing with, is just Moldorms and bosses.
Yep, he's setting up a bomb drop here.
He might have overhit this guy though, so. I get a 5 rupee here. Okay.
I got it. Okay, so it was around the 56-minute mark when Jam entered, so it looks like it's going to be around the 101 mark, so about 5 minutes.
Yeah, Jam already has a ton of exploration here in level 5, but we know it's just as simple as, you know, Fred taking a single different turn than Jam did and coming across again that much quicker.
Kind of interesting, I think, that Jam is choosing to clear this. I don't know if he's actually been through this staircase before. But wants to get up to that top left area, I think.
Mm-hmm.
A non-required mugger there, although the keys wouldn't have been an issue at all.
Possible bomb drop here.
Yep. Oh, you're right, I guess.
Yeah, exactly what I meant.
That's Zelda right there.
Yep.
Yeah, so we have found Zelda. Now it's just that roar that we're listening for, and not that roar.
Uh-oh,
Well, it's the same roar, but just not that source.
Yes.
another boss. I mean, man.
Just another path to Zelda there, and cannot bomb into that top room on the L column there, so is going to go back and try to take out the Sglive.
I think Fred is mostly covering a lot of the same rooms that Jam has already covered.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and a lot of the exploration has been down in the lower portion and now in the upper left for Jam. So we'll see if Ganon might be up in the upper right or even down in one of those really...
that was a nice bomb
Yes.
kill.
I don't think that bomb drop was intentional there.
I do not either, but it worked.
See if... I want to see if... oh, I guess Ganon can't be to the left. We've covered enough of that area.
Yep.
So we know he must be... maybe to the right somewhere?
Jam is heading over in that direction, seeing if he can
Uh-oh.
bomb over here. And we hear Ganon now.
Do we have bacon? Oh, Here's the thing, though. Jam has 1 bomb. Oh no.
Well, I would certainly be taking some of these staircases here and hope we get to the top right so that we can make our way back to the left.
And Fred found Ganon.
Yes. Oh, wow.
So Fred is in with Ganon now. He does not know the location of Zelda, or, well, flip that for Fred, but Jam has to find the direction over there. Knows where Zelda is already, so this is going to come down to just who can find where they need to go quicker.
And it looks like just one way into Ganon. Or 2 ways, rather, you know what I mean, but...
Fred slowly working up his counts. 15 total hits with the wood sword here. Has plenty of hearts, and it does take down Zelda, so he is just on the lookout for that shutter door to open immediately when he enters. So we'll see if Jam can get there to Ganon first, or if Fred will find the direct path that he needs.
Jam can't be happy about being out of bombs at the same time here.
No, would definitely try to bomb to the right there, but is looking for the way. Fred is going south here, not the direction that he wants to be going, but he doesn't know that right now. And to have to clear out that room like Jam did earlier to get back up there.
Jam's right by Ganon.
Yeah, he's right in the area. It's a little difficult to handicap this right now, but I think I'd give Jam a little advantage as long as he takes down Ganon right here.
Yeah, Jam knows the direct path back. Fred in an area where he doesn't want to be right now. Jam with the nice stun lock. Fred learning that that is not where the kidnapped is. So Jam has Ganon down, knows exactly where he needs to go. Will Fred find that path before Jam does?
Just a little wall master waiting. Oh, Jam is gonna have to clear those blue dark nuts one more time too.
Yep.
Yeah. Fred gonna hope that this takes him a little bit closer while Jam is clearing out those blue dark nuts. Fred cannot push there. He is heading back up and finds a dig dogger. This is gonna be his last bomb. And there's the clear for Jam. He will head left. So this is going to be Jam's race. And we are going to have a race 3 between JamEviler and Fred Coughlin. There's the open shutter. And Jam will take a time of 107.10.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That was amazing. That was amazing. That was a hell of a race.
That was quite something.
Yeah, at the end, I mean, I'm not even racing. I think I'm more nervous than they are, you know. I mean, it's just so exciting. Damn, this is awesome.
All right. So once again, we will take another break, and we will be back very, very shortly with race 3.
Okay. I do have to bail out this time, folks. Always pleasure. Grimps.
record each of you getting each trophy.
Yeah, one of each, and then just.
Soda. I don't want soda at this point, but I need soda.
Yeah.
Or do you need coffee?
I don't drink coffee.
Yeah.
This is my caffeine.
What is that, number 3?
Yeah, it's going to be a bunch of coffee and snacks for me on the way home.
Are you driving home after this? Please tell me you're not.
Not directly after this, but
Tomorrow
I
morning.
have to get them to the airport at 6 o'clock.
Well, train
Yes.
station.
Or train station, yeah. Train station at 6 o'clock, and I'm driving home immediately after that, so.
Yeah. Well, if you call in sick, you could always come over here and fall asleep for 4 hours.
I am here. I am going to call him sick, but.
Yeah.
Good luck to you.
No, I would rather go home and sleep.
Yeah,
That
that's true.
way.
Yeah, you can sleep alone.
Because I have to pick my son up tomorrow.
Oh, okay, gotcha. That's fine.
So. I'd rather
Drive
not
safe
fall asleep.
tomorrow.
Oh, I will. I mean, I'm good enough to where if I feel myself being groggy, I will find a place to pull off and I'll crash for 30 minutes before I come back onto it. It's only 3 hours, so it's not that bad.
Your drive isn't too bad. I didn't realize how many people are up in like Pennsylvania area.
Northeast has a high concentration of people, especially in the Z1R community.
Because one of the Bayman X people was from Pennsylvania. I'm like,
Oh, really?
yeah, it's like, holy crap. Like, I didn't realize you were that close.
Yeah, my trip down here is literally go down 15, jump on 7, jump down 28, and I'm here.
Yeah, mine was that, except you have to add in a step because I have to go all the way from New Jersey out west on 78 first.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Lovely Jersey.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Honestly, after that race, he needs it.
Yeah, I did know that the winner of the Big Man X one, Landmines, was from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I didn't know that until earlier this week.
Yeah, well, yeah, I met him.
Like, I knew
this
Poison
weekend.
was from, like, North Carolina or something.
But, yeah, it's like right in my area there. I'm in New Jersey, but it's
Like,
about
it's every
like an
year you
hour,
come to, like,
if
these
you
type of events and you're like, oh, I didn't realize you were that close to me.
Oh, where are you from?
I'm actually here, you know? But it's just in general, you come to events, you're like, oh,
Yeah.
I didn't realize you were that close.
Yeah.
He's digging stuff. Yeah. I just picked the wrong one. I should go for. Completely missed the stuff, the effect that one
Well,
was.
we're on the back seat.
Overtime effect there.
I was
So
going
we
to
said, oh, he had
add
one
one
or two
more
graph slots that
Zelda
were already
game
unlocked
tomorrow.
But the draft have been in, if the progress have been in 6 and 7 instead of 6, maybe. But I've cleared more rooms in 7 than
Debating if I
rather
wanna
had
go
cleared
home
more
or
rooms in 7. So I
watch
figured
this one.
time perspective. Like a 3 or 4.
Good luck in your last match. Were you just kind of
it's
expecting,
two
like, game
games,
2
but
or?
I just barely touched it. So.
Yeah. I mean, you still got to get it first.
Like,
It's like 5 minutes.
it
I can
didn't
see,
break before
I
you.
can see when you can see when I get Triforces. You see the flashing, right?
A little bit, yeah. I mean,
So
Jane wasn't first.
I knew he go there,
Yeah.
and I was
You,
like, ah.
you did.
See
You knew
it in
where,
your face.
you knew where Zelda was. That was the.
Yeah, I noticed that when I was playing him earlier. I didn't notice him killing Gannon anytime, but I noticed a couple times when he
Yeah.
Triforce.
Yeah.
you can't avoid it,
I'm-
unfortunately.
I'm
so
not
they-
keeping track in my head, so I don't know the number,
I honestly, I don't
but
care.
Gannon's flash is longer,
Yeah,
so
you,
it's like,
you
you
catch
know,
on.
yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, and the thing is, it's tough. You know, you're looking at the screen. There's flashing immediately above the screen. It's kind of hard not to see.
I saw
Yeah,
it All right. Welcome back to SpeedGaming Live 2019. I'm Crimson Avix, joined again by Jay Coper, and we are all set for Game 3 of Fred Coughlin versus JamEviler for the championship of the Z1R Tournament here at SpeedGaming. Wins a majority of the prize, 40% of the $1,400 prize pool, as well as this awesome little award here. But I know we're going to get them started because it is currently very, very early in the morning here. So we're going to get them going very, very quickly.
Yep. We're giving everyone who, at least everyone who does not have a horse in the race, what they were looking for, the Game 3 for the finals.
All right, and here we are starting over in the forest. Not a bad starting spot. Allows them to at least get some checks in with Armoses and various open caves.
Looks like we're getting a coast check from both of them right away. Oh, white sword on the coast.
Yeah, so that is definitely something that our runners will pick up once they find that ladder. A nice little upgrade very, very early. And Fred and Jam both going to check these Armo statues now. First one is just a cave which will allow them to pick up a potion later if they so choose.
Yeah, we also have one of those at start, so probably be doing that there if they were looking for it. Oh.
68 rupee candle there, so knowing that is at level 2, pretty good information for Fred there. If he finds a good secret, he might return there very, very quickly to grab that.
And we also had bombs for 30 rupees there, which is a bit expensive, but they might end up coming back to buy some there because bombs are pretty important. See what happens later. Looks like, again, we're starting near an Armo statue in the east and the Armos items in the west, and Fred takes a death.
So we'll see what was at that location on Jam's side here. Going to open the Armos and try to make it back. Does barely make it in, and we got some take any roads here.
Again, one is on the East Raft Island.
Usually good information when you can eliminate raft spots early. One over in the Deadwoods and the other over in the Deadwoods as well. Almost looked like it was the same screen, but yeah, not great take any roads here. Pretty much just allows you to jump between the forest and the Deadwoods.
Yeah, but still it's nice to have a way not far from where we're starting to get over to the west side of the world. Relatively short order.
Fred checking vanilla level 1 while Jam is checking our arrow shop from the speedrun.
Looks like we got the magic sword at level 1.
And Fred is still prioritizing these Armos as well as Jam, and Jam finds a take anyone you want and chooses the candle, which is not a surprise, allows for a lot more exploration, and also what he just did is getting a bomb drop from one of the enemies there.
Looks like we've got an almost nearly 100% vanilla power bracelet there. Just moved one Armo statue over.
Yeah, early power bracelet is a lot nicer than having to hunt through dungeons for the power bracelet, because we do get that ability to sort of put it into our route rather than having to return to all the spots later. But still looking for that sword. Fred on low health here has to be careful avoiding these rocks, trying to get up to level 6. Jam going to do some exploration with his candle here in the forest.
Got another bomb shop even closer to the start there, so that one could definitely come into play.
Yeah, a lot better than having to go all the way up to level 2 to get there.
There's probably our cheapest key. Well, I'm pretty sure it is going to be our cheapest key, so could certainly see some key purchases there.
Fred heading down into the dead woods. There are a couple of open caves that he can check down here, but he does take a death to the blue gorilla before he is able to make it in there. So we'll have to wait a little longer until those checks. And we do find a level here on Jam's side, and this is level 4.
That's our first level, isn't it? After quite a few checks.
Absolutely.
And we got a bomb upgrade, but not nearly enough money.
Jam using the trick of exiting and re-entering to open up this bomb wall, but really not too much beneficial so far. Able to bomb north and maybe make a little more progress here, and we see more Tektites sitting in our underworld.
Now, if Jam is counting, it'd be pretty easy to force a bomb right here, but that was probably a force 5 there. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, with the amount of gels that he killed beforehand, and wow, this is a double segmented level 4. We have the upper and lower half and that one off room there. At least the Tektites are cooperating by going down one hit. Allows for slightly easier combat here in this level 4.
Yeah, it would still be very nice to actually have a sword or some sort of reputable weapon to use here.
Fred getting his small secret here from the vanilla arrow shop, and is going to find his take any one you want. I would expect to see him grab that candle as well. Gonna do a little dancing first to get in there without taking too much damage.
So if Jam wanted to, he could up an A from that room and keep farming it to end up with enough rupees to buy that bomb upgrade or something. But be quite time consuming.
Yeah, absolutely. We see Fred meeting. Did Fred just see another Gibdo in there? That's the first time I've ever seen that.
I didn't notice, but that does sound awfully strange.
But it was a door repair, so it did take all of Fred's money. Not that he had much to begin with, but he is going to continue to look here around start while Jam is continuing as much as he can with level 4, and there is our sword northwest of Vanilla Start. So that is going to give the Fred the ability to do a little more searching here. Does have the candle and some bombs, so is going to be able to search all around start. And yes, we do indeed have the doppelganger mummy asking for the door repairs here.
Could be something to do with the enemy shuffling. I don't know. That's interesting for me.
There we have a medium secret of 31 on Fred's side, so we do get a little bit more money from our medium and Jam as well. Both sort of finding some of the same stuff, although they are in different parts of the map. But I guess the big thing for Fred right now is we see a 58 large secret, so not a lot of money there. But the big thing for Fred is still not coming across a single level yet.
I think I'd rather be in Fred's position, though, having the sword in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Jam does find the white sword item, and it is the heart container, and it can be picked up at 5 hearts. So definitely a little healthier, as Fred does take a death to this bull's voice on the overworld. So Fred heads back up to the northeast. He will definitely be able to go ahead and get that heart container as well. Does choose to buy some bombs here. Not a bad decision to help give him options as he continues to explore. And Jam is going to do the same, going to buy a 4-pack of bombs.
Yeah, that was a really good example, though, I think, of how the price of bombs have affected decisions. Because I think if they were even like 25, maybe, Jam probably would have bought 2 of them right there. But
Yeah, early on when you're still not certain what you're going to need in terms of arrows, meat, potentially anything else, you really don't want to spend all your money just continuously buying bombs. But Fred is in level 4 now, and he will be able to do quite a bit more exploration here just because he does have the sword. So we'll see what he is able to find.
it sure seems like with the enemy set we've seen at this point in level 4, he'll be able to get the item.
And here Jam does find level 5 as well. We'll do a little bit of exploration, but with the whiz robes here, does have to be a little careful. Trying to group them all together so he uses as few bombs as possible to advance to another room. Does not get any bomb drops out of there either.
Fred's found his compass, but before he gets to that item room, he's almost certainly going to want to get the, or before he gets to that Triforce room, he's almost certainly want to get the item.
Yeah, it could be here behind this Patra, and I mean, we've seen a lot of Patras already tonight between these 2 runners, and trying to take that one out is definitely not working well for Fred. So, and unfortunately, does have to spend his key here to get out of the room with the Wall Masters because of taking that clock. Jam picking up his letter while Fred is slowly making his way around the spiral here to see if this is the item or if it is just going to take him to that single room. And looks, yeah, that is the single room. So quite possibly that Patra is blocking our item here as Jam finds level 6.
Fred just going to grab the Triforce here?
Looks,
Or is it going to come back in with full health to try again at that Patra?
yeah, it may depend on how he's feeling with the combat right now. I mean, he's definitely capable of a 5-heart Patra kill, but may elect just to avoid it for right now. Jam finding a staircase here in level 6, but it is just a transport, so still no item. And Fred has returned to level 4, so bomb upgrade, yes. But
Not
he's
taking it yet.
Yeah.
He's changing his mind.
That's quite alright. Does get 5 bombs for that, so that's actually a very, very good deal there. And having 13 bombs with any potential whiz robes that we may see is always nice.
Yeah, especially when you consider the price of just a bomb pack in the shops. Being able to get an extra 5 bombs in capacity and a full refill makes that pretty tempting for just 3 times the price of a bomb pack.
Yeah, Fred exploring those last few rooms in the lower part of Dungeon 4 and realizes at this point that Patrick is indeed guarding the item there, so he is going to wait until he is slightly better equipped to take on the Patrick before going after that item. And Jam now finding another level, level 8.
He's got a staircase already. It's good to see. Fortunately, just a transport. Always guaranteed to be at least one of those. Could be more if this is segmented.
Jam having to take a little bit of time here to clear out this room, still not having his sword, is able to enter, exit and re-enter to take out the keys slowly with the candle and progress on to the north here behind the shutter.
Jam really needs to get his way over to that sword.
Absolutely. It has blocked him quite a bit here early in some of the dungeons. And Fred having a much easier time of at least exploring the dungeons. The combat is still a little difficult, eating up his hearts very, very quickly. But Fred already at 8 hearts.
He doesn't know where that magical sword is, so once he gets 2 to 4 more hearts, he could go and check that if he chooses to get a quick combat upgrade.
Yeah, and it's in a much friendlier place now, just being around the level 1 area, so it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility to see him maybe make 1 or 2 checks on it. Is able to get in here and check this waterfall before losing all of his health, so we'll at least be able to clear out this area. And there Jam sees his power bracelet. We'll exit to reset the Armos and go back and grab it. And it looks like Fred is going to head into the forest and do more exploration there, which is good because we know there are a few dungeons over here, including level 8, which he is going to find on this screen.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Fred handles this, since he actually has a sword.
Fortunately, Lionel's doing a lot of quick damage to him, so he is going to have to be a little more careful in these rooms.
It's not really fair that the Lionels can throw their swords even when they're not at full health.
Yeah. Maybe that's a quality of life patch that Fred needs to put into this. Now the remaining Link sprites are just Gyptos, so they'll take damage and behave just the same. We'll do 2 hearts of damage, so he does want to be careful not to take a hit from them.
At the same time, he's setting up a Kananaki here and gets it.
Yeah, important thing when doing a Kananaki like that, I mean, obviously he's heading back in the other direction, but you do want to make sure to re-enter the room. Otherwise, that door will still be locked the next time you come through. You need to re-enter the room to fully unlock it. Fred doing a good job clearing out that room. However, there is nothing there for him.
Probably a drop in here, since this is a void.
Doing a good job of avoiding the Gliok. 2-headed Gliok is a lot less scary to go up against than a 4, but that Gliok does not want to hold anything, so Fred's going to have to continue elsewhere on his checks. Jam continuing to explore here in the forest, or Dead Woods. Once he makes his direction back towards start, we will see him finally get his sword as well. I believe that we saw this from earlier on Jam's side, that this is just the transport staircase. We'll see if Fred takes it, and he does.
Yeah, I don't think Jam actually went through here at all, so... First time seeing the other end of this. And it looks like it's a dead end. I think that Gibdo down there has a bomb.
Yes. Really hard to see with a blue Link sprite holding it, but yes, the bomb is definitely there. But Fred will have to go back through because he does not have any keys to progress past there.
Yeah, no Kanana key tricks possible when you can't open another door in the room at the same time.
So Fred gonna continue and cannot even Kanana key that door because he has no way of taking out the Goma. So all of his progress there is halted, just like with Jam.
I kind of doubt that a Kanana key would be possible at the top door with the
Yeah.
Goma anyway.
Yeah, no way of actually killing it and getting up there in time. But Fred is exploring to the left here now, so we'll see if there's anything potentially this direction. And Jam finally gets his sword here at about 21 minutes. And man, that's definitely not a nice from there.
Yeah. I feel like Fred had a way around to the top maybe, but he tried to cut through the middle. Let's see if he decides to go back that way or some other direction now.
Jam continuing his exploration round start that we've seen from Fred earlier. Fred heading north and coming to a potential staircase here in this reverse C with the Gibdos.
Nothing. Keys have been quite scarce so far.
Yeah, there is one. Now Fred, I don't think Fred would use it on that door because he already knows what's on the other side of that door. However, it does possibly give him the opportunity to get to the left of that transport that he took earlier. But it looks like he is going to head back over towards that wizard room while Jam is now up to 8 hearts himself.
I think Fred is just hoping for a better spawn here, and he's not really going to get it.
No, definitely not a fun room at all there.
Only euphemistically.
So Fred deciding right now level 8 is not the place he wants to be, but Jam finding a level that he definitely wants to be in, and that's level 1.
Looks pretty good to me. Got some 0 or 1 HP Zols. Those are always nice.
And Fred now stumbling across level 5. So I expect him to dig a little bit more in here as long as he can deal with these wizards without too much issue. And we have a segmented level 1. And then a shoe room for Lionel's is never a lot of fun either.
The nice thing about Lionels, though, is as long as you keep attacking them, they cannot attack you. Other enemies, like gorillas, can throw their weapons at you regardless of you swinging your sword. But Lionels don't have that sort of recovery ability. But we got a recorder on the floor in level 1, so good find for Jam.
Does come across the Triforce as well, and potentially the item right here south of the Triforce. So may be a quick one once you get it across that transport.
I feel like he wants to clear these quick, maybe get another key or some more bomb drops.
Yeah, I would think the key would be the big win here. And Fred getting his map.
Oh, hey, we'll always take that. That'll
Yeah.
lead us to the White Sword on the coast as well, so pretty big find for Jam right there.
Yeah, very, very quick one. So it's just a matter of when Fred gets over here, because both recorder and ladder are great for exploration and, as you said, that offensive upgrade for the White Sword. Fred did get his heart container here in level 5, is continuing to look for this item. And yeah, that blue wizard room was very ugly, so luckily didn't have to do anything with it. Is going to search, and this should be the item, I believe, here in level 5.
Seems likely. Gotta be running out of rooms at this point. No?
Well, that is our transport, so still looking for that final staircase. And it looks like he is going to make the decision just to, or no, I guess he has a few more rooms to check here along the bottom before heading up and getting his Triforce. And as we predicted, Jam is heading directly over to the coast to get that White Sword. Kills some Octoroks for bomb chance, but does not get a drop. And then forces a 5 rupee off of the Regularia there. And oh man, that transport staircase that we stumbled across earlier actually leads to that one room there. So Fred maybe realizing that's what would have happened and opting not to take it, which is definitely the correct decision, is going to go into the Triforce room. We'll see if he takes this and then re-enters.
Oh.
He has 12 bombs, which will definitely help him with this, but yeah, this is not fun at all.
All things considered, they're actually being fairly friendly, grouping a little bit by the door and not heading directly towards him, but that was a little unexpected move by that top wizard up there, I think. Caught him off guard.
Yeah, Jam back in level 4 here looking for the item. So we'll see him come across the Goma and realize, well, he can't do anything for that item yet. Or was it a Patra? I believe it was Patra. So
Patra.
yeah, so he can actually do stuff because he does have that offensive upgrade. And here should be our item, and it is the book in level 5. So Fred definitely going to pick that up to know his direction in all of the dungeons. And Jam taking a hit from one of the satellites, so he will go back to start. See if he immediately makes a play for that Patra again. Considering he's also cleared most of 4, he should know that's probably where the item will be.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he saw the other staircases yet, like Fred did. the one that went to the solitary room down there. So Jam might end up looking to find that first. Fred did.
Now Fred taking his time with these blue wizards again. He does have enough bombs that he can just continue these door strats. Is able to take one hit from them, or well, with that fairy that will make things a lot easier. We'll see him clear out this room now. And there is Triforce number 2 for Fred out of level 5. And what item do we get here in level 4?
Red ring.
So that is big for Jam. Now having red ring and white sword, he has all the offense and defense he will need to relatively fly through this seed. So we'll continue to see directions both him and Fred take going forward.
Not really sure why Jam is pushing on stuff there.
So Fred coming across level 6 here along the coast.
So did we see this before?
I think Jam came in and explored maybe a couple rooms and then elected to leave. I do know that he explored the coast, so. And Fred taking the transport. Yes, I do remember Jam finding this transport staircase and he didn't take it. So we'll see if Fred can find the item in here while Jam is buying some keys with his surplus of money.
Not a bad idea with how rare keys have been so far. I'm sure some will be turning up soon enough, but you can't know that they're going to turn up before you need them, basically.
And Jam making the play back into level 8 while Fred finds some wall masters in a reverse seed room. Knows that that can't be a push block, so is not concerned with the item being there. Fred clearing out some style posts. Gets nothing for his trouble other than a 5 rupee from them. But here we have our item in level 6. It is the wand.
Wand is definitely not required in a non-swordless seat, but not something you're going to say no to.
That might give Fred enough confidence to where he may return to level 4 and take out the Patra if he decides that it's worth checking. So he may still get the red ring yet.
Yeah, that certainly seems possible in a lot of different scenarios. I think not having the ladder and the white sword is maybe hurting him just as much. So.
And here is our first item in level 8, and it is the red candle, and Jam is going to elect to just leave it. Probably can't be bothered with spending the time to go down and get it, especially having the offense of the white sword.
Oh, it's really satisfying to see those wizards going down in one sword hit.
So Fred's still looking for his Triforce. Jam's still looking for a Triforce and another item here in 8. And this would be a slight advantage Fred would have if he returns to level 8 is having that map and being able to understand where he needs to go. Yeah, these blue Wizrobs a lot easier for Jam with offense and defense there. Not really struggling with them. Those were the ones that were actually giving Fred fits earlier because of the direction he was entering from and everything else. And it looks like a lot of those keys were here in level 6. Now Fred is spending quite a few to move around, but is able to collect and is going to be up at 4 keys by now. Jam also collecting quite a few keys here in level 8, so their key count is becoming a lot more healthy.
Yeah. The biggest difference right now between in those keys might be the couple that Jam went ahead and bought a little bit ago.
Jam gonna check this staircase, realize it's just a transport, but we'll take it. Another heart container for Fred, so is within the possible range of the the magic sword, but not sure how long he'll take to actually check, if he even checks it. Won't go out of his way to do it at this point with only a 20% chance.
Yeah, I don't think that's something you're going to see him prioritize. He's already got the wand for added combat benefits.
Jam's still trying to find his way through this level 8. Not having map can be a good frustration trying to figure out where you need to go. While Fred is finally starting to make his way down towards the bottom of level 6 here, still looking for that Triforce.
Oh, that compass was extremely close to start there for Jam.
Yeah, compass is definitely nice to get, but boy do we still need that map to help us understand where we need to go. Fred continuing to go through level 6. He found the map but has not found the compass. Map doesn't really help him because he already has that information. Apparently got a clock somewhere in the midst of all that. Man, these are two very, very interesting and frustrating dungeons, I would say. Just trying to find your way through, find the Triforce or the item in Jam's case.
Yeah, I don't think either of them is feeling very good about their progress through the dungeon that they're in right now. It's taken quite a while on both ends.
Now, we still have several dungeons that we haven't seen, as well as like the bow and the silver arrows both at large yet too, so both runners have to be a little concerned with their progress so far. wondering where the other runner may be.
I guess you never know what will happen, but this is certainly looking like it might be a little longer seed than the first couple we had.
And Fred gets locked in there with a Goma, and it looks like that either that room or the room next to it might be potentially where the Triforce lies.
That's unfortunate for Fred.
So Fred is heading back in the general direction of start. So we will see if that means he will go ahead and check Candle Row, which we know is going to help open the seat up a little bit for him with the recorder and the ladder both being in level 1. But also finds level 2 here under the power bracelet spot near start. So getting that power bracelet from the Armos did turn out to be important, and we see our meat block there as well.
Yeah. Jam has the power bracelet too, I'm pretty sure. It
Yes.
should be marked for him as well.
Yeah, Jam did pick up the power bracelet as well, so he will make this check eventually. Fred, you don't need the map. But also clearing out some wall masters there. We'll deal with this laggy room with Stalfos. The clock definitely helps because now we don't have any moving sprites. It does only get bombs. Now our item in level 2 is a floor drop, so that is why, in addition to the Triforce, we will see him clearing out all these rooms. Nothing there, so Fred not being able to progress back north because of that meat block will just up A back to start and check out this northern portion and more wall masters. So Jam's still struggling to get through this level 8. Fred had to up A because of the ladder, so there does get the compass. So we will see if he can find any item in here, and this level is just wall masters. I don't know if there's any other enemies in here. Oh, there we go. We got some keys.
I don't think an wall master enemy set is really possible, but it would be amusing.
Yeah, and the raft here too. So it really makes you wonder how much more Jam could actually have to explore here in level 8. Already exploring a lot without the map. Fred picking up his Triforce in level 2, so he does have a slight Triforce lead right now. But Jam with the offensive and defensive advantages right now. See how long it takes Fred to get up to level 1.
Man, he's probably wondering how on earth he didn't get a map drop by now.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that's really going to benefit Fred when he goes back there is he will have that map available to him through the book. So he may not spend nearly the time that Jam just did in level 8 there.
I'm gonna grab that book. No, doesn't look like it.
Well, he is in level 5, so we'll see if he opts to look for and grab the book when he finds it.
Oh, that's right here. I was thinking of the last seed, I guess, where it was right in the forest there.
There is the book, and Jam is definitely going to grab it, so he will at least have the information for level 8 and also level 5 and all the other levels. And here is level 1, and well, there's not much you could do other than take that staircase early on. It's a small level. But Fred will be glad to find the items that he does here. We are still looking for level 3, level 7, and level 9. Jam getting the compass, so he does know where the Triforce is now. Fred spending a key just to get a very nice community message from the Cole's voice there. Grabs his heart container, and at 12 hearts now and being so close to the magic sword, I would be very, very surprised if we don't see potential grab for from Fred on that rather than going for the white sword immediately. Does grab his recorder as well.
Yeah, it could even be that Fred is routing in this area because of the magic sword being in the area.
So Jam, having the item, does grab the Triforce as well. He is done with level 5. Fred is back into level 1 trying to find this staircase item. We know that it is actually not in this room with Patra. And back into level 8 for Jam goes, and boy, is that a big level 8. So Fred is going to return to the other portion here. Jam, having a better idea of where he needs to go, is making slightly quicker work here.
And it could be that it's bow blocked.
He is going to spend the key to go north here. And we'll get some extra bombs for his trouble, but that is not what he wants to see. We are indeed bow blocked out of level 8. Fred back into the lower part of level 1 here. We'll pick up his ladder very soon. And Jam is returning to Piers level 6. So still a little bit at large yet. A few places left to explore, I believe, as well. So we'll see what direction our runners choose to go in. Fred does pick up the ladder as well, and we'll continue to check the rest of the candle row here, and would help if he burned the 5th bush, not the 6th.
It's possible that the TV being a little different threw him off.
And it looks like Jam is making a direct play for this Triforce here. May opt to go back in for the item very shortly. And there is our magic sword at 12 hearts. So Fred with the offensive upgrade now. Not certain that we will see him return for the red ring at all in level 4. Quite possibly, I would think at this point the only thing that might lead him to level 4 is if silvers are at 9, he may check level 4 first. But even then, I wouldn't say that's a guarantee, but he does know directly where the item in 4 will be located. Does look like Jam is going to continue exploring level 6. Or actually, is he heading back up towards the Triforce? Indeed he is. So he is going to go grab the Triforce here in level 6. And Fred is going to start bombing Death Mountain. I don't believe Jam has checked up here yet either, so we may have a level or two up here. And the Dongos falling in line just perfectly enough to where they just eat all the Jam's bombs rather than allowing him to smoke them. And we find level 7 as Jam picks up the Triforce out of level 6.
Where was that level 7?
Level 7 is up on Death Mountain. I believe it is B4, where you have the option to go up or over to the left to one of the dead ends there. But of course,
we are still looking for level 3 though.
yes, level 3, and I don't think we've seen level 9 yet either.
I don't believe so either.
Jam being here with his power bracelet will discover level 2. And is choosing to go up, which is actually the better option because both the item and the Triforce are up in this area.
I don't think there's any way we'll see Jam leave level 2 here without the item.
Oh, no, definitely not, as Fred discovers a Goma there in a Chevy room. So luckily for him, having the compass already, he knows that there's nothing important there because he is looking for a staircase item here, and this could be it, or it could be a transport, and it is just the transport. Now, level 7 being as small as it is in this seed, it's not going to be a chore to dig for this item, so I would be very surprised if Fred doesn't go for it. Could very well be in the same room as the Triforce, but it's not.
So the item in 2 is in the top, and it looks like Jam is heading south now.
Yeah, so it will be a little bit longer for Jam to collect that item. He will have to clear this out and then up A to get past that meat block. Or I believe he would be able to get a Wall Master spawn back so he could actually go back and keep his full health if he would choose to do that. Fred continuing to go through, and we see even more Patra. Has been a theme tonight for our runners. And Fred is going to clip into the blocks here just to kill these Dark Nuts. Just having to wait patiently for them to come back by. And does get the heart, so is able to find everything here in level 7. And here is our spiral staircase. So what item are we going to get out of level 7?
Definitely due for something.
Yeah, Fred has a lot of the other important stuff, so could still be a bad item, and it is definitely a bad item. It is just the boomerang. So Fred just going to make a quick play. Luckily, as I said, level 7 being as small as it is, it wasn't as much of a a time consumption as it could have been, but I mean, definitely not what you want to see when you're still a bow and silver arrows away from what you need to complete the seed. So there is Jam's raft. He has level 2 completely cleared. Fred has level 7 completely cleared. And I believe Fred has 3 more checks here on Death Mountain before potentially having to check Recorder Lake or something like that.
Yeah, both of them do have everything that they would possibly need as far as exploration goes. They have.
There's level 9 at the Forest Power Bracelets location, and so all we are missing at this point is level 3.
Is that a
I don't actually
Deja
recognize that
Vu?
tune.
One of the storybook games?
Yeah, I don't recognize the tune, so that one's rather interesting. And Fred, finishing off Death Mountain here and not discovering anything, is going to come back down towards the coast, it seems, and is returning to level 6. Now Fred never got the compass in here, but he has already sort of isolated where he may potentially have to go. Again, the compass definitely gives him that answer right away, so he's just going to make a quick run up towards the northeast of level 6 to grab the Triforce. So Jam's still exploring. Has to make a few more checks here. Not bothering with the magic sword. Pretty comfortable with the white sword red ring combo. Now it looks like he is going to check up at Spectacle Rock and all those areas.
Is this the number of hearts that Fred had when he found the magic sword?
No, he had one fewer heart. He had 12 hearts at that point.
Okay, so it's a 50-50 that Jam would be able to pick up the
Correct.
magic sword.
And there is level 3 for Jam.
Okay. Just up by old level 9 there.
Yeah, so Fred will have to make his way up there to get to level 3. Does get his Triforce out of level 6. So, in addition to finding level 3, does have to find the bow and the silvers as well. And with what we've seen so far, I mean, I can see one or both of our runners gambling on silvers at 9. So we'll have to see where this goes and what we find here in level 3.
Yeah, that certainly seems like a pretty plausible scenario at this point.
But Fred has returned to level 8, and actually thinking back to it, with what Jam has discovered with level 8, there's a very good chance that that was Goma block. So if that's the case, that would mean that Bo would be here in 3, and then you'd have to either look for the other item in 8, or that you would be gambling on silvers in 9, because we have the item in 3 and the item in 8 still at large.
He's found the Triforce, but he'll come back for that after he gets the item out of here. Certainly not going to give up the item in 3 with both bow and silvers outstanding.
Fred discovering the first item here in level 8, and that is the red candle, opting not to pick it up. And Jam, now getting his 12th heart, is able to pick up Magic Sword if he would so choose, but may elect against it. And here we do have our possible item. It does not push. Fred discovering what he knows to be the transport staircase, so he's just continuing on his exploration. Jam coming across the useless compass at this point. And here's our item, and it is indeed the bow. So not only is the bow pickup big for Jam here in level 3, but he's also going to have to make an arrow purchase. So Jam picks up his Triforce out of level 3, has only 7 and 8 to go. Now he does not know the location of level 7 yet. He still has to explore Death Mountain to find that. Fred still trying to make his way through level 8 and not able to. We'll have to go up to Death Mountain, the level 9 area of Death Mountain, to find his bow.
I'm sure Jam is on his way to finding level 7.
Absolutely. And Fred, getting the news of where the compass is, or where the Triforce is through the compass, is going to continue to explore for the item here.
Ooh. Fred takes a death. He still does not have that red ring that Jam got out of level 4.
Yeah, that is a big difference maker, not only in terms of Jam's defense right now, but it also means that Fred does have another potential item to think about when he's deciding on where he's going to search for silvers. He has already committed a lot of time into this 8, and there is always the potential to gamble on 9, but there's 4 items after he finds the bow that he could potentially be looking for. Learning the bad news about not being able to bomb over there. Does have to go up. We'll soon encounter that Goma. Fred also has not made his way down to those bottom 4 rooms either, so we'll see if he elects to take the staircase to see what's down there. And he is taking a staircase at this moment. Fortunately, not really the one that he wants to see. Jam killing that Goma and getting nothing for it.
I'm pretty sure that the Goma timers are always the same lengths, but sometimes it feels longer.
Yeah, absolutely. So Fred does buy that bomb upgrade as well, so he's up to 18 bombs. Bombs are not going to be as big of an issue for him, and he is electing to leave level 8, which is the wise decision at this point. Looks like he is going to make a play over to his power bracelet spot, so he'll discover where level 9 is, but then he has to get his way up to Death Mountain. I believe we'll see Jam, because of the size of this level 7, just like Fred, I believe we'll see Jam make a play to search all of level 7 for the item, hoping that it is the silver arrows. And it looks like Fred is going to check the power bracelet spot here, and then hopefully, or he already checked that one, but looks like he is going to start making a run over towards level 9 area. Or check and record a lake first, okay. just nothing more than money. Wondering at this point how many more spots Fred has to check before he would head back up that way.
Can't be too many.
I do know that he died on his way to these bottom two southwest rooms, so is going to check those first as well. Don't actually blame him for making this play because he did have a lot more checks to make down in this area.
Jam is finally finding his way through this dungeon here. Don't remember where the item was, but
He has, I think it was one north and one right, but yeah, the path in general is very, very linear in this level.
nice work by Jam to get his beam sword back there to finish off the...
It's just one north. Here is his item. We'll probably be a little disappointed just to see the boomerang sitting, or the magic boomerang sitting in there.
Yeah, I think the majority of people would be a little disappointed there.
Yeah, and Fred has returned to level 4, still looking for that bow, and is going to immediately go to the Patro. Now, not going to be totally disappointed by seeing the red ring there, but that is not what he wants or what he needs to actually complete the seed. So a little bit more of a time loss here. Both of our runners probably starting to wonder where the other is at this point because of the fact that we're about an hour and 7 minutes into the seed, and neither of our runners has everything they need to complete the seed, including Fred needing to know the knowledge of where level 3 is at.
Right. It certainly seems like Jam has the edge here right now. He's got the extra Triforce piece and got that bow and arrows. So he can finish up level 8 now that he's got that bow. And maybe get into level 9 and look for the arrows in there, the silvers.
Yeah, and there's also the potential that the second item here in 8 is actually on the way to the Triforce there, since that whole right area is blocked off by that Goma. So it's not too many more rooms for Jam to have to check, and then he'll have full knowledge of what is going on in level 9.
Yeah, that's probably worth a check.
And Fred finally getting his way up here into Death Mountain, and is going to find level 3, not on this screen, but where level 9 normally is. And we'll be able to pick up his bow, while Jam is taking on this very obnoxious Goma, and able to make his way to the right. Very nice from there with those Wizrobe kills.
Yeah, in general here, Jam is only worried about the last item, staircase. But
Yeah.
if enemies are easy to kill, it doesn't hurt to pick up another extra key or so, because you never know what'll happen in level 9 and just how many key doors you're gonna go through.
Yeah, not able to find what he needs there, but here is a reverse serum. Very high probability that this is actually our item, so we will see what we have. And it is the Silver Arrows.
Silver Arrows in a reverse C.
So the good news for Fred is he is going to come across this room on his way to the Triforce. So that will not be something that's out of the way for him. The question is how long is it going to take him to get Debo out of 3 and get back to 8? And how much of an advantage will that give Jam in level 9?
Right. Fred does not have the wooden arrows yet, and he needs those. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, here is a fun room to finish this off.
Yeah, patches are always lovely when they're required. Luckily, with 14 hearts, red ring, you're not too concerned with them at all.
I wonder if we're gonna see Jam check the magic sword. I don't know. It looks like he could flute to 1 and check it, maybe. But he's right next to 9.
Yes.
It seems unlikely he's gonna do that.
Yeah, especially in hour 10 into the seed, knowing where Bo was in level 3, he could feel that Fred may have made the play into 3 a lot earlier than him, so he's just going to quickly come in here to level 9.
I think most racers of this game assume that there's a good chance that they're behind when they're playing it, even if they are playing well.
Yeah, and we see a lot of old man blocking the path north, so Jam's going to have to figure out another way through, and is just trying to clear out as many rooms as possible, listening for that roar of Ganon. May stop to clear out the room if he sees a shutter door, just to check to see if that is Zelda there. Oh, I was going to say I'm kind of interested in where Fred is going, but he is going to purchase his wooden arrows right now. Has a good idea that they are required, so he's going to pick them up, and then we'll head back to level 8. The question is how much knowledge is Jam going to have by the time Fred gets to level 9?
Yeah, certain things are certainly stacking in Jam's favor here the longer that we go. But you never know. It could just come down to taking the right staircase to get to Ganon or Zelda, and maybe Jam doesn't find that before Fred gets in here.
Yeah, and Fred does have a slight combat advantage as well, having that magic sword. Now, with all the money that Jam has, silver arrows are his best friend, and we do hear Ganon here, so we are going to have the fight with Ganon.
Alright. 8 hits from this white sword.
And he does get the stun lock. There's 5. Loses it. Only needs 3 more hits, though. Health not an issue at all. And Ganon is down. So now the question is where is Zelda? Jam is going to be on the quest to find Zelda. And looks for the victory in the Z1R matchup here at SpeedGaming Live 2019.
Feels like there's a good chance that she's really close. Oh, that's not her.
You see that shutter door and you're so anxious, just wondering. And there are the silver arrows for Fred. He's a few rooms away from the Triforce. Will he be able to get in here, find Ganon, and get the kill, and then find Zelda before Jam does, or will Jam locate that mysterious door?
Man, I'd be dupping. Yep. Feeling like this path is stagnating a little bit. There's some area to the left here that looks fresh to be explored. Wow, I thought for sure that door was gonna open.
Yeah, another shutter door there. Not what we were looking for, though. Fred collects the Triforce out of 8. Will be on his way to 9.
Was this old man trying to tell us something the whole time?
Bomb drop for Jam. Back up to 8 bombs. Very important to manage your resources. Fred is going to be heading into 9. How quickly will he find what he needs?
I think Jam already bombed there. Not sure. Maybe he didn't. Nope. That's not.
Finds the boomerang here in 9. So only thing we haven't seen is the any key, but neither of our runners are concerned about that right now. 6 keys for Fred, 7 for Jam. Fred's not spending some time with the mold arms right there. Still has a little bit of a ways to go before he gets to deal with his beast.
Ganon has extra reinforcement on these walls in this dungeon he's got today.
And Fred has found Zelda. Fred knows the location, so Fred needs to get to Ganon, and Jam needs to take that path that Fred just took over to the left.
Wow.
This is extremely intense. Who will find what they need first?
Yeah, where was that path to the left? I didn't. It looked like Jam went just about every possible way, but apparently not.
I think Fred may have bombed down from one of these rooms.
Oh,
Fred is heading north. I don't remember exactly where Ganon was up here. I know he was in this general area, and
oh, there he is.
Fred has found Zelda.
In his own room.
Oh my goodness. This is... Will Jam find the path that he needs? Or will Fred take down Zelda and then make his way to Ganon? There's the 4th hit, and Zelda is down.
Oh, Fred up in A's. Is that really the fastest way back?
Jam has his bombs out. Is Jam going to bomb to try to get down? Fred heading left. That seems to be the path there.
I think Jam is convinced that he needs a staircase.
It was just bombs to the left. Fred is going to take this. This is the door. And with a time of 1:17:53, Fred is our Z1R champion at SGLive2019.
Got to be a lot of frustration for Jam there. He was in 9 for quite a bit.
Such an incredible race for both of our runners. We will be getting them over for an interview and everything, but I mean, if this isn't enough reason, if you have not watched them at GDQ, if you don't watch them normally on their streams, this is just enough reason to follow them and everything. So once again, give them a follow. And also want to thank everyone here at SpeedGaming Live, the entire staff, everyone who's helped with commentary or anything behind the scenes with the Z1R event. Definitely has been a blast. Jake Hooper, thank you for calling the past 2 races, as well as Rick and Cantaloupe Me for calling the races of these finals tonight.
Yeah, sure. It was a pleasure for me as well.
So I know it's very late here for all of us as we're recording this, so we are going to try to make it a quick interview, but there is Jam completing the seed, and we'll get them over here as soon as we can. And welcome back. Crimson Avics here with Jay Coper, along with our two runners, JamEviler and Fred Coughlin. I mean, if I'm going to stay up until about 3 o'clock in the morning, I mean, this is definitely the way to go about it. Such an amazing race to cap it off. And, I mean, the series of 3 races it was just like, this is why you two are considered some of the best runners in the Z1R community. So congratulations to both of you for making it to where you did and for putting on a great show. I mean, Jay Coper, did you have any questions specifically that you wanted to ask them?
It's kind of hard. I guess we can ask how you guys were feeling during those races, especially that last one. That seed was kind of dragging a little bit there, and you had to been feeling a lot of pressure or so mark in there.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy. I mean, in my case, I just completely forgot that the eastern part of Death Mountain existed, so I was going through all the dungeons, going through 8, trying to dig things, and then discovered the bow, and I said, oh shoot, I missed something. And then thinking about it, I was like, okay, East Death Mountain, and was able to get up there, get 9, get the bow, went and bought arrows, and got lucky that, because if I had not taken the path through the Silver Arrow Room, I probably would have gambled 9 at that point, saying that I had no chance otherwise. So I got really lucky. I took the turn in 8 that I did.
Yeah, and I would say that's probably, I mean, Jam got all the information about 8 without the map for 8. He spent quite a bit of time in there and got to that Goma room and was like, this is my only option, and I can't go right. So
yeah, I couldn't believe that. And then the first thing I did was I left. I was like, oh, I can't do anything in 8 now. I've mapped it out. I know I need to beat this Goma. I already had bought the arrows previously. There's a little foresight there. And then first thing I did was I went to level 5. And what was what did I run into? The Atlas, the book. So, that confirmed it when I went back in there, and it was just rough. The seed in general was pretty rough, having the required arrows. But I felt good most of the time. I got into 9 pretty quick, and I found Ganon pretty quick. My trouble was just finding that bomb wall. Fred had to help me out there. I wouldn't have finished without him, so thank you so much, Fred.
Oh.
And great competition from everyone in the playing field. Had a really good time here at this event, and not much to say. So thank you.
yeah, it's been a blast. I mean, me getting to go up against you, Jam, earlier, and I know Jay Coper got to go against Fred, so it's been quite an event, and I'm really hoping that this sort of inspires people to come out next year, not only for this, but all the tournaments here at SpeedGaming Live. But if there's nothing else from either Jay Coper or any of our runners, I do know we have one more bit of business to attend to before we all get to go do whatever we're going to decide to do, whether it's sleep or, struggle through the rest of the night. So
Thanks to SpeedGaming for putting this on. It's been a fantastic event. I've had a ton of fun doing all this stuff, seeing just all the amazing finishes that we've seen on the various other races. It's been great. So thank you guys so much for putting this all together. Thank you guys for doing the commentary as well.
Ditto.
absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know if we were talking about the Zelda 1 races holding up to the finishes we've seen previously, and I'm not sure if we did, but I think we made our best attempts at it.
Yeah, I would definitely say so.
I'd say, what I play 9 matches total, 8 matches total, and every single one of them were close. Either one of us were in 9 or it was neck and neck. One of my matches with Mr. Cap came down 10 seconds apart. So it was really, really close matches and tough flags for sure, but fun overall. Yeah.
All right. So I think Beazle?
Hello, everybody. Wow, the last of the tournaments to conclude. It is late night. It is pretty late night here, and these guys have really put in the hours. I bet they're even more exhausted than me right now. We'll see.
I don't think that's
No,
possible.
definitely no.
I didn't
right.
have to play through 3 seeds like that in a row. That's it's pretty grueling. But let us hand out the prizes without further ado. And we have our first place prize, which is going to Fred Coughlin.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
There
Look
it
at
is. Yep.
that. There you go. And our second place prize is going to our buddy JamEviler. Congratulations. All right. Look at that. And I want to thank everyone who made this particular tournament happen. I think that this one really surprised me. Of all the side tournaments we had, this one is one that really wanted to be a main tournament, the hardest of all of them. It had the highest prize contribution of the whole thing, and a lot of that was due to the people that you see sitting right here, actually, by pure coincidence. So JamEviler himself contributed over $500 to it. He did some Zelda marathon. He played Zelda for like 8 weeks standing on 1 foot or something like that.
Oh
And he
yeah,
raised-
no, I played all the Zeldas, but it was big shout out to my community who helps donate and support. We raised a lot, and yeah, I actually get to keep some of it, so thank you.
All right, there you go.
Yeah.
And to thank you to Fred and Grim, who did a crowd control race where we raised most of the rest of that, where that money came from. So
Yeah, shows that forgetting bonk rocks is definitely good for raising money for stuff
right,
like
yes.
this.
Yeah.
During bomb rocks, people deciding to say, Fred, you don't get bombs or arrows anymore. Minor stuff like that. Go kill Fred.
Yeah. So anyway, fantastic, and thank you everyone who contributed to all those tournaments. I have a feeling we're going to see this at next year's SpeedGaming Live, because this continues to be one of the most popular NES games that is raced today. It's really played at a high level, and I'm so glad we got to see so many good matches of it. All right, well,
Great.
that's
Thank
it.
you,
I
Fusil.
think one more round of applause for our winners here. Woo! And then I think we're all going to bed.
Yeah. Good night,
Goodbye.
everybody.